Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Ruuna Starbright. I'm a fallen star from the constellation Aries. Hi! Welcome to the stream. Today we are doing a SCP reading. It's been a while, so we're going to be doing a SCP reading, and it's the one that we said, like I said yesterday, it's the one that we were going to read for Christmas, but I ended up running out of time, so we're gonna read it today. We're gonna read it today instead. It is SCP-1730, and it's known to be generally one of the longest SCPs written on the internet, and I believe it is how long is it? It's 27,000 words. like almost a novella, you know? I feel like it's a novella. How? It's a novella, right? Novella length. What is a novella length? Yeah, it's literally counted as a novella, you know? Which is crazy. So it's probably gonna I searched it up. It said it's probably gonna take about 3.5 hours to read, but I feel like we might make it to 4 hours because I might be talking a little bit, so we'll see. But yeah, it's gonna be quite a long stream, and really excited. I had a scan through yesterday just to prepare for it. There's lots of interviews and lots of speaking, so we'll see how far we can make it through the reading today. But if I go past 4 hours, I might have to skedaddle, or like read faster, or postpone it for maybe I'll do a stream on Friday if we can't finish it today, because I do have to go touch grass today, so we'll see how things go, but it should be fun. 我们今天是要阅读 SCP 基金会的一部短故事，所以今天只是在读故事而已。当然很久没有那个这些了，但是我感觉新年嘛。OK。 here I go. I'm so glad my chat works today too. Because it was broken yesterday. I don't know why it was broken. Here we go. Oh no. Okay. And then but but so I'll get into the reading. So I have access to the contents of item 1730. It is level 3 confidential and containment class is neutralized. The image I have on the screen here is the main office of SCP-1730. Primary access to basement levels is below this structure. Now SCP-1730 is also known as Site-13, and it is commonly found when you search up what happened to Site-13. So special containment procedures. It is a circular perimeter has been established 2 kilometers from SCP-1730. Hello Sino! Welcome to the stream! As expected, you showed up immediately for SCP. Neutralize the building. Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's insane. SCP Foundation is crazy. Anyway, so a circular perimeter has been established 2 kilometers from SCP-1730, and a quarantine zone has been established 1 kilometer from SCP-1730. Personnel who are to enter SCP-1730 must first undergo Class 7 hazardous contact preparation measures, including the application of a modified Maxwell-hardened hazardous material enforced airtight suit. The application of these protective measures may only take place at the Provincial Site-13 quarantine main gate. Hello Toby Fox! EP Sleepy, welcome to the stream! This is a reading stream, so good for putting you back to sleep if you're EP. Individuals attempting to exit the quarantine area must first submit to thorough documentation. It's SCP! SCP! It's a story website where 大家都可以写自己的恐怖故事 like a scientific report. Individuals attempting to exit the quarantine area must first submit to thorough decontamination protocols as administered by the quarantine security staff. Individuals failing to meet the quarantine extraction parameters are to be held for further decontamination, for in the event decontamination becomes unfeasible, termination. Big words, Toro. Oh my gosh. Containment update on date redacted. Dangerous biological and cognito-hazardous entities have resulted in high casualties of security rescue teams. Mobile Task Force Zeta-9 MORAT has been assigned to all current exploration efforts. Containment update. Redacted. Due to the event detailed in Exploration Log 7, all future exploration of SCP-1730 has been suspended indefinitely, pending Overseer approval. Another one is another containment update on the... Is this American date or is it normal date? I think it's on February 1st. Yep, February 1st, 2016. Due to information gathered by Foundation surveillance teams, exploration and recovery efforts into Site-13 are no longer indefinitely suspended. Details will be available on a need-to-know basis. Assigned Mobile Task Force units will be alerted by the superior officers. Now, I believe the next image in my files is this one. This is an image of Big Bend Ranch State Park in TX USA, and I assume this is around where SCP-1730 is located. So, where are we? Containment update on the 15th of May 2017. More than a year after the first containment update, Mobile Task Forces Apollo 3 Game Wardens and Tal 5 Samsara are activated and assigned to exploration of SCP-1730. See Addendum 1730.8 for details. Subsequently, another update on the 22nd of June, 2017. Hi, Susie. Redacted text. Something I shouldn't see. Due to the events detailed in Addendum 1730.9, SCP-1730 has been reclassified as neutralized. Additional research efforts are ongoing. Debriefing reports will become available as they are declassified. Okay, well, the next slide gives us a better outlook into what SCP is. It's this. This is SCP-1730 Power Station. So the description of the SCP states that SCP-1730 was a large complex of structures 15 kilometers northwest of the US-Mexico border within Big Bend Ranch State Park that was discovered on June 5th on a redacted year. Due to the isolated nature of the complex and the low survival rate of individuals who come in contact with it, it is possible that SCP-1730 had been previously discovered but unreported. SCP-1730 bore identifying markings and contained documents to support the claim that SCP-1730 was at one point Foundation Site-13, originally located near Nome, Alaska. This conflicted with extant records which showed that Site-13 was a project that, while intended to be constructed in Alaska, was scrapped for the larger and more advanced Site-19 and never completed. Flora located on site was identified as too native to the Alaskan region. How SCP-1730 came to be at its location prior to neutralization is unknown. SCP-1730 was, upon discovery, in a severe state of disrepair and appeared to have been left abandoned for an extended period of time. The site power generator had continued to operate in a damaged state, despite a number of fuel leaks and fires throughout the facility. This resulted in intermittent power failures throughout the site, hindering exploration and rescue efforts. The origin of SCP-1730 is still, and this line is crossed out in my document, is still unknown, as is the nature of many of the abnormalist entities contained within. But that has soon been crossed out and is instead replaced with, it is confirmed that the 2nd through 15th basement levels were utilized for entity containment, though the state of that containment had deteriorated significantly. And this is... okay. And this is the next image that shows the staircase mentioned in my document. It is an image of messages located on the SW stairwell leading to 3rd basement level. So the first line that describes this image was also crossed out. It was believed that contingent of human survivors existed somewhere deep in the lower basement levels of the facility. But that information has been instead replaced with messages written in English were discovered throughout the site, consisting of warnings such as danger, death here, and other messages such as not my body and bleed. A recurring message, what happened to Site-13, was found in several different locations in the basements. Several logs of data were collected by the remaining functional site terminals, and relevant data of which is contained in the addendums below. Worth noting is that inconsistencies exist between the logs and what has been determined through exploration, including site layout, staff makeup, and contained abnormalities. Additionally, all logs are presented as they were in the original SCP-1730 documentation prior to the neutralization of the anomaly. Next is a series of addendums that were recovered logs. The first is Addendum 1730.1. first recovered log. And I will access the file service in 1730/files/scilog1.log. It is a log written on a redacted date by Team Charlie Yukong. Assignment is Site-13 recovery. The lead is CY1. The log begins. We found it. Watched it kill Daly earlier. Crawled right into his mouth, and the next thing you know, Daly's got blood leaking out of his ears. Puking it up, shitting it out everywhere. Blood looked funny too. Too dark. It was running out of his hair, like through the follicles. His hair fell right out with it. Yeah. Ah. Ah. Once it was over, the thing crawled up inside him. Crawled back out with a buddy. One of them, can't say which, drinks up all of this blood like a leech. The other one crawls back inside Daly, and he stands up, turns around, starts coming at us. I can see that thing inside him when he opens his mouth, so I put a bullet in his face. Then another. We emptied our magazines into him. He didn't get up after. We're not going to be too much longer though. Found another one of those messages down here, you know. Cognito has it expunged. Just a matter of time before it starts. We strapped some C4 to it and blew up the wall, and I think it's pretty illegible at this point, but it doesn't matter. Jones already went quiet like the others. We shoved him down an elevator shaft earlier. Didn't hear the body hit the ground. Think I just heard them start up Thresher. Wish we would have known about that sooner. Oh well. The next is Addendum 1730.2. A recovered automated message. I'm accessing file servers 1730/files/recmiss.log. The following message was recovered from SCP-1730's emergency warning system. Logs on file indicated that it was transmitted moments prior to a major electrical disturbance and 3 minutes before an explosion within the site power relay. This automated message is a general notice. Site-13 has experienced a gross breach of containment systems. Cognito has it expunged. Has breached containment during testing. On-site nuclear device is non-responsive. Threshold protocol has been activated. Life support systems online. Electrical systems offline. Fire control systems offline. Blood control systems offline. Reactor status critical. Euclid class containment status critical. Keter class containment status compromised. So I guess things went really bad. That is a pretty gross breach of containment. Everything is going to hell, and everything, the preventers are all offline, and all the monsters are getting out, I guess. The next is Addendum 1730.3, and it's a series of exploration log transcripts. So the first file I will access is in file serves 1730 exploration/log1. It is a initial exploration video log transcript, again on a redacted date by exploration team Mobile Task Force D12 Mud Slingers. The subject is SCP-1730 and the team lead is D12 Cap. Team members are D12 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I will from now... Actually, it's okay. I'll refer them to as D1, D12 1, D12 2, D12 3. So the beginning log. D12 Cap. Record is on. Everyone check your mics. Everyone checks. Check, check. And check makes 5. D12 Cap. Right, command. You hear us, clear? Site command. Roger that, team lead. D12 Cap. Alright, keep weapons unlocked. No idea what we're going to see in here. Yep, we're set. Let's move in. Those doors. The team in the video moves into main SCP-1730 structure through front doors. Doors found to be unlocked. D12 Cap, keep your eyes open. 12-3, ducking here, switching lights. 12 Cap, good go. The team switches on shoulder-mounted lights. 12-1 says, something written on the wall over here. 12-2, yeah, here too. 12 Cap says, what you got? 12-1, get below and don't look at the walls next to it. 12-4 says, little late for that. 12 Cap, what about you, 2? 12-2 replies, what do we do? And 12 Cap says, you see that command? Command site, yes. 12 Cap, alright, let's move out. Service elevator over here. 5, check if it has power. 5. Yep, this will work. 12 Cap, let's see how far it will take us then. The team enters service elevator. Video indicates lit control panels with various floor buttons. D12 Cap hits button labeled B3. D12 1. And away we go. The elevator descends briefly, stops upon reaching the 3rd basement level. Door opens to reveal a dark hallway. A single light is on at the bend in the hall, roughly 50 meters from the elevator. Ah, kawaii, kawaii. I'm scared. I'm scared. 12 Cap. Okay, let's clear this level first, and we can go from there. 1 and 3, take that hallway there. Myself and 4 can check the rooms in this hallway. And 2 and 5 stay here. Make sure elevator sticks around. The team splits up. D12-1 and D12-3 move towards the light at the end of the hallway. D12 Cap begins checking rooms on the left side of the hallway, and D12-2 checks the right side. The image I have in my files here is an image taken from D12-5's shoulder-mounted camera. D12-4 says, rooms are filthy. What is this? 12 Cap. Yeah, I see it too. Is it mud? D12-4. Feels like it. Some kind of sludge. Smells metallic. Yeah, I don't think that's blood. I don't think that's blood. Smells metallic. D12-4 then pulls test tube from his belt. I'll send this up, Site Command. Let you guys poke around in it. Site Command. Acknowledged. Try and keep out of it as much as you can until we figure out what it is. 12 Cap. Sure thing. D12-1 then says, we're at the end of this hallway. Another hallway here. Looks like there's some kind of barricade at the end. Bunch of tables and desks all piled up. Site Command. Can you approach the barricade, 1? D12-1 and D12-3 approach the barricade. D12-4. More of the sludge in this room. Caked on the wall. Found a body. 12 Cap. Hang on tight, 1. Don't move. I'm coming for. D12 Cap enters the room. A visible humanoid body is seen half submerged in the thick black material in a corner. The head and neck are not visible. 12 Cap. Yep. Any kind of identification? 12-4. He's got a spot on his belt for a badge, but it's missing. Looks pulled off. Maybe to unlock a door somewhere. 12 Cap. Maybe. Go ahead and proceed, 1. 12-1 says. Okay. Cap, more bodies here. That sludge is all over the back of this barricade. 12-3. Shit. That one moved. 12-4. There's something else in this pile. Get a light on it. 12 Cap. Moving your way, guys. 12-1. Ah, there. Fuck. And then you hear gunshots in the transcript. 12 Cap. Report, guys. We're getting to you. 12-3. Things crawled out of one of their mouths. Some kind of snake? I think a lot of teeth. Can't really tell what it is now. 12-2 says, look here. You hit that body, see that? 12-3. Fuck. It's hollow. D12 Cap and D12-4 arrive at the barricade. D12 Cap. You've seen this command. Site command. Affirmative. D12 Cap says, alright, watch for that then, I guess. Weapons hot, if they aren't already. 12-4. Aye. 12 Cap says, let's head back to the elevator and see if we can't get down to the next level. Is that door Yeah, I thought so. Let's just do that then. D12 Cap, 1, 3, and 4 move back down the hallway. D12-4. Wait a second. 1. Didn't this turn left earlier? 4. Sure fucking did. Where's the elevator? D12 Cap. 2-5. You read me? There was only silence. 12-4. Here we go. 12 Cap. Shut it. Alright, shit. Command. You read us? Site command. Sure do, Captain. 12 Cap. You got a read on 2 and 5? Site command says, should be about 45 meters to your 12. D12 Cap. There's a wall here. Looks like it's always been here. Either we're hallucinating or the building is doing something flucky. Either way. Can you get a hold of either of them? A moment. Site command attempts to communicate with D12-2 and D12-5, neither of whom are responsive. Site command, no go. 12 Cap. Oh shit, let's find a way up and get out of here then. D12 team proceeds down the hallway. Notable hallways much longer than any on any recovered schematics of the site. 12-1. Got something else on this door. 12 Cap. What's that? 1 says, say silence. We're trying to check this. 12 Cap. Is this a containment cell? That's just an office door. 12-4 then says, alright. This whole floor just looks like offices. 12 Cap. Okay then, get in there. D12-1 in the video attempts to open the door. 12-1 then says, it's locked. I can't get it open. 12 Cap. Knock the door down then. 12-3. You hear that? 12-1. It's counting 1, 2. Sounds like somebody's shushing. 12-1. 3. 12-1. Then kicks the door down. Video recording shows 3 frames of a naked human with what appears to be fire burning out of its ears, staring fearfully at the door. D12-3 is halfway through a swear when there is an intense white light and the sound of searing meat. All camera lenses are damaged and become non-functional. All microphones except for that on D12-3 stop working. Site command. What happened, Captain? D12 team. Site command attempts to communicate with D12 Cap for an additional 30 seconds before realizing that D12-3's mic is still operational. Site command. D12-3, can you hear us? There's only static. D12-3? Static, and then the sound of slithering. D12-3. From the mic of D12-3 is a cry, then the sound of choking. This continues for 43 seconds, and then the sound of liquid leaking, then pouring, accompanied by the sound of vomit. Large wet objects can be overheard hitting the floor. A dull, low approaching sound accompanies this. Then the mic cuts off. Site command. D12-3? Shit. D12-1 is suddenly back online. Oh, D12-2 is suddenly back online. Oh shit, hey Site command. 12-5. Jesus Christ. Site command. What? D12-2, where are you right now? D12-2 says, by the elevator? We assume our radios had stopped working down here. We're just waiting for them to get back. Site command. The rest of the team is compromised. Hang on, we're trying to establish a link to your video. D12-5. No need for that. It's probably just interference. Can you send a team down here to get us? Site command. Hang on. Video coming up. D12-2. Don't! Site command. Got it, you. The video then shows. Mounted cameras on both individuals do not show the hallway they had been standing in, but what looks like a large utility room. Boilers are visible in the near distance, and a wall appears to have been caved in. D12-2 appears to be hanging upside down facing D12-5, both of whom are stark white and unmoving. Their faces are covered in blood that looks to have originated from their mouths, nostril, and eyes. A large object is seen moving quickly behind D12-2, accompanied by the sound of slithering from many different sources. D12-5 opens his eyes. 2 frames later, the video and audio feed cuts off. No additional responses are picked up from D12 team. End of log. So, yeah, everyone died. Everyone is dead. And they're among us. They became imposters. They become Amogus. The next file. The next file is from the file service 1730/exploration/log3.log. It is another initial exploration video log transcript on a redacted date. Exploration team this time is Mobile Task Force Y24 Gulliver's Travelers. Again, on the subject of SCP-1730. Jeez, welcome to the stream, paper! Welcome, welcome! The team lead is Y24 Cap, and the team members are Y24-1, Y24-2, a significantly smaller team this time. Notes in the log states that initial exploration of the main site structure proved too dangerous for an additional attempt without additional resources. The only remaining mobile task force on hand was MTF-Y24, a 3-man team, who was charged with entering the site power station and assessing the damage. Begin log. Site command. Coming online. Video and audio feed for all 3 members comes online simultaneously. Ahead of them is the entrance to the SCP-1730 power station. Y24 Cap. Can you hear us? Site command. Affirmative. Y24 Cap. Good. Anything else we should know? Site command. Thermal scans read one of the cores as being superheated, might be on the verge of an explosion. Stay as far away from them as you can. You can use the microdrones if you need to. Don't worry about trying to get them back. 24 Cap. Right, okay, good. Let's get on. Y24 team enters power station. First room appears to be a security station. 24-1 says, "There's our first problem. Doors are locked." Y24-2. "These are pretty solid too. Is that glass bulletproof?" 24 Cap. "Check it." There's a large thump. 24-2. Guess that answers that. Cap says, "Command. Are we clear to use explosives in here?" Site command replies, "Negative. Structure is pretty weak overall. You'll risk caving yourself in." Y24 Cap says, "Well shit, there's no other way in." Y24-1. "Hang on, we have anybody on site with a level 4 clearance card? One that can override breach lockdowns?" Site command. "Dr. Edwards is with a team over at the containment bay." 24-1. No. It would have to be someone older. Edwards has only been around like, 10 years? Somebody who has had the clearance for a long time." Command site. Site command. Stand by. Director Jameson is currently on assignment at Site-65. Y24-1. "Hey, that's 3 hours from here. We won't..." Y24 Cap says, "No, you've got the right idea. Get Director Jameson on the phone. Command. Ask him what his clearance code is in... When was Site-19 built? 1960? Stand by. 10 minutes pass, and the spare log is removed. Site command. Alright, you ready? Y24-1, go ahead. Site command. Redacted. 24-2. Well, I'll be damned. Well, I'll be damned. Well, I'll be damned. We got the site command on our side. Sorry, sometimes I'm a normal functional human being, and then sometimes musicals like pop up in my brain and I can't get them out. Well, I'll be damned. Y24 cap. Hello, Researcher Johnson. Will you look at that? Site command. We'll send the director your regards. 24 cap. Please do. Good work, one. Let's get in here. The team enters power station main concourse. Site command. Can you see the damaged core? 24 cap. No, they all look fine. Let's switch to the thermal lens. 24-2. There it is. 24-1. Are we missing something? The core looks fine. Site command. We need to get closer to it, guys. 24 cap. Right, releasing microdrone command. Y24 cap releases microdrone. Drone approaches power station cores and begins to circle them. 12 cores are counted for. 7 of them damaged beyond repair. 3 have not been brought up to power and 2 are operating at full capacity. One of the 2 is the superheated one, which aside from its abnormal temperature shows no other sign of damage. Site command. It looks fine. Can you get closer to that, Captain? Y24 cap. Sure. Y24 team approaches the superheated core. Temperature readings begin to rise as they grow closer. 24-1. It's hot enough anyway. 2 replies, what? This shit? 24 cap. It's really thick. Is that sludge? Some kind of waste. Site command. Try and avoid that, team. Captain, can you get a vial of it on the microdrone and send it back out the way you came? Y24 cap. Yeah, hang on. Grab one of the... Yeah, you got it. Samples on the way, command. Site command. Thanks. Be careful, guys. Try and get around the other side of it. 24-1. I'm over here. Nothing looks... Oh, fuck, look. 24 cap. Jesus. 124-1 camera shows no fewer than 10 human bodies bound to the side of the superheated core with wire. All of the bodies appear similarly to the bodies found by the D12 team. Dark white, blood leaking from all orifices, non-responsive. Y24-2. Something written beneath them. Is that blood? 24 cap. Reads out the writing, and it says, what happened to Site-13? 24-1. These lines don't run to the main structure, see here? They're running below us. Any kind of identifier? 24-1. Let me see, yeah, they're all labeled body pit. They run straight into the ground over there. 24 cap. Looks like we're going below then. Command, you copy all that? Site command. We do. Just received your sample back as well. Going to get a report on that just in a few minutes. 24 cap. Alright, good. Let's get down here. Drew then says, there's a stairwell over here. Y24 team approaches stairwell and begins to descend. Lighting is absent in the stairwell and all team members switch on their shoulder lights. 24 cap says, these doors are all hard locked. Y24 team descends to the bottom of the stairwell. The door there is open. Y24-1 says, this has been pried open. Looks like somebody was trying to get out, not in. Y24 cap. Something else written on the wall here. Fuck SCP! Y24-2, that's polite. Fuck SCP! The team enters the doorway. Y24-1 says, "You smell that?" Yeah, fuck yeah, that's disgusting. What is it? 24 cap. Whatever that is on the other end of this wall. On the other end of this hall, I imagine. Watch the blown radiator here, guys. Site command. Team, take note that we're losing video feed. Something's interfering with our signal here. Y24 cap. Roger that, the audio feed cuts out. Positioning system stays active for a few more moments as Site Command attempts to reconnect with Y24 team. Intermittent communications are received for an additional 15 minutes. The first snippet of the communication is Y24 saying, Y24-1 saying, "Some of these are human." Cap says, "It's all over the inside, that black stuff. Smells like iron." 24-1. "Something crawled out, look." 24-2. "Do you hear?" 24-1. "We need to get..." 24 cap. "There's a light over there. Can you see it?" Y24-2. "Hello? Are you okay? Do you need help? We can..." There's never anything that comes out from being too nice in SCP documentations. The audio feed then cuts completely. Recovery efforts are halted. No communications are received from the Y24 team for an additional 24 hours, after which the team is determined to be lost. Sample that was returned with the microdrone is revealed to be blood and power core residual runoff, mixed with some kind of additional biological matter. Study into the substance is ongoing. After 1 week, Y24-1's video feed becomes active again for 13 seconds. No audio is transmitted, and the video shows a group of humans standing around and looking down at a table. One of the humans turns to look at the camera, and the video is cut. No additional communications are received from the team at any point afterward. That's why when you're in an SCP log, sometimes you just gotta run. Don't be nice. Just run away. In fact, don't join SCP. It's advice from me. Don't join SCP. It might turn out badly. The next file I will access is fileserv 1730/exploration/log6.log. This is the second last of the logs I have access to. And it is once again a initial exploration video log transcript. Again on a redacted date by Exploration Team Mobile Access Drone. The subject is SCP-1730 and the team lead and team members are NA. Notes: while waiting for additional resources to arrive at SCP-1730, an unmanned ground-based drone was launched into the main site complex through the same door that the D12 team had entered. The planned goal of the mission was to investigate lower floors and attempt to recover information relating to the origins of SCP-1730. Or, I keep reading. I'm gonna drink some water. Okay. Begin log. Drone approaches main office building and enters through front door. A moment is spent observing the writings on the wall in the interior lobby before moving across to the service elevator. Drones enters elevator and turns to floor selection. There are selections for 5 floors above the ground level and 15 below. Drones moves to selected B15 level. Elevator begins to descend. After 7 floors, elevator suddenly stops. After a few moments of time, it is determined that this is due to an intermittent power failure. Drone uses suitable utility to open the forward-facing elevator. The open elevator shaft is visible, and the drone is unable to determine the depth of the shaft. Using its winch, the drone descends below the stopped elevator to the first available floor. After prying open the door, the drone swings into the opening and retracts the winch. A sign on the wall just inside the doorway indicates that this is the 8th basement level, and that it is an Euclid-class containment wing. Lights on this floor remain dark. The drone is instructed to move down the main hallway and look for a suitable area to descend to the next floor. Drone moves towards a side hallway and is instructed to explore down it. It is noted that a number of messages are written on the wall, including "Don't look at the walls" and "Kill the quiet ones." After inspecting a number of rooms and finding them only to be empty offices, the drone returns to the main hallway. The next image I have on my file is from file serve 1730/exploration/drone139.jpg. Image taken from this exploration. Drone ceases movement upon seeing a large, vaguely humanoid entity standing near the end of the hallway. See exploration file drone139.jpg. This entity appears to glide slowly down the hallway, seemingly not noticing the drone. After it passes, the drone is instructed to follow the entity. Entity enters a maintenance closet near the end of the initial hallway. Drone observes as the entity extends a long arm from beneath its outer layer and touches the floor. Upon further observation, the entity is noted to have picked up some of the thick, dark material previously identified as blood and power station runoff, with what is identified as its primary finger appendage. Entity then begins to make slow movements towards the wall behind it. This is obscured from the drone's view. The next image I have is taken from the same exploration log. It is in /1730/exploration/drone144. Cognito hazard has been expunged. The entity ceases movement and then slowly turns to leave the room. The drone is instructed to move towards the wall and take note of any changes. It is noted that the entity left behind a number of unique symbols, such as Cognito hazard expunged. The drone takes several flash photographs of these symbols and transmits them back to Site Command. Drone is then instructed to continue to follow the large entity. However, the entity has disappeared from the hallway. It is noted that the entity left no apparent footprints, even in the thick material that covered parts of the floors. Drone is instructed to continue on regardless. The drone then reaches what appears to be a series of several containment cells. The first cell is open. A placard on the side of the doorway reads Entity 234. Oh, sorry, Entity 324. Entity 324, scheduled for termination on the 13th of December 1975. Which is like almost 4 decades before. The drone enters the hallway and the drone enters the doorway and observes a spacious containment cell. Thick rubber padding is along all the walls, and the drone notices a human form in the corner of the room, covered in thick, dark sludge. As the drone approaches the form, small sparks fire from its fingertips towards the drone. The drone takes several photographs, then leaves. The next 3 cells are all empty with no placards. The 4th cell is closed and its placard is smashed. Drone is instructed to attempt to open the door with its cutting torch. After a few moments, it is able to do so. The drone enters the room. In the corner of the room is the emancipated body of a human female, roughly aged at 34 years. The body shows no signs of life. A chain is seen around the neck descending into the shirt. Notable is the lack of sludge within this cell, possible as a result of the inhabitant closing the door and locking it from the interior. The drone searches the corpse for identification badge and finds one. Name reads Jack Bright. Drone is instructed to then search the neck chain, but the chain is discovered to be broken. The drone then leaves the room. The drone traverses a short way until it finds a stairwell. It descends into the next floor. A sign by the doorway reads 5th floor. The drone turns to view the stairwell it had previously descended from, but finds it non-existent. After some short discussion at Site Command, the drone is instructed to enter the doorway. It enters into a large, spacious office floor, lit by sunlight. Several terminals are nearby, though all of them have been destroyed. drone approaches the least damaged terminal and attempts to power it on. The terminal does not power on, though whether this is due to a power outage or the damage to the machine is unknown. The drone maneuvers across the room. Papers litter the floor, and many of them look to have been burnt or shredded. The drone reaches a terminal labeled M. Hadley, which appears mostly undamaged, and attempts to power it on. The terminal powers on, and the drone then attempts to connect with the computer. The computer is running the same foundation-based system as the current model, albeit a number of generations older. The drone is instructed to transmit every file it is capable of accessing to Site Command. The drone begins to do this. Note: at this point in the operation, Site Command lost contact with the drone. Several members of the operation team are suddenly showed symptoms of some kind of abnormalis influence, growing silent and beginning to burn from the ears. After the onset of symptoms, any sound would trigger what appeared to be a silent explosion that shook Site Command and destroyed most of its communicative system. It was later discovered that the only individuals influenced by this were those who had viewed the symbols created by the large entity in the basement storage closet. Further examination by the Foundation Cognitohazard Specialist and screening technology ascertained that the symbols themselves were a sort of pyroclastic cognitohazard. Any individuals becoming aware of the symbols would inevitably succumb to the effects of the hazard, making any additional exploration of the site hazardous. The drone was left unattended for several days thereafter, though it did complete its task of transmitting the terminal contents. The contents of this search can be accessed in Addendum 1730.5. Attempts to reconnect with the drone were unsuccessful, and drone surveillance of the site from outside of the building showed that all of the floors above ground level in the primary structure were entirely empty. The drone was not located. The final file in this series of exploration log is 1730/exploration log/log7.log. The final initial exploration video transcript is on a redacted date by Exploration Team Mobile Task Force Z9 Mole Rats. The subject is SCP-1730 and the team lead is 79 Cap. The team members are Z91, Z92, 3, 4, and Z9 Sup. Note: due to high casualties sustained by previous exploration attempts, it was decided that a team experienced in exploration of abnormal structures would be called in and continue operations at SCP-1730. To that end, MTF-Z9 Mole Rats was assigned to SCP-1730. The team consisted of 5 explorative members and 1 support member who would stay at Site Command and monitor fluctuations in local reality. Begin log. Z9 Cap. We're online. Let us know when you've got a link, support. 9 Sup. Coming up now, I'm loading your displays with what should be a pretty accurate map of what you should see in there, but Z93, don't bet on it, right? Z9 Sup. Like always, it's fully possible that there's a type green in there, alongside the other nasties. 9 Cap. Alright, Command, what's the worst of it? Site Command. There is at least 1 cognito-hazardous entity writing hazards on the walls. Your displays should be able to filter out any and all messages written on the walls, so we don't take any chances. As for the rest, it's a containment site. 9-1. Awesome. 9 Cap. There you have it, guys. Load up, let's get in there. Z93. Yes, ma'am! Z9 team enters the main structure, but search the upper floors first. As observed by the flying drones, the floors are empty. There is no sign of the previous exploration drone. Z9 Cap. We're clean here, how we looking, support? 9 Sup. Holding steady, Captain, nothing out of the ordinary. Tell 4 that he needs to adjust his channel frequency. I'm having trouble connecting to that module. Z9 Cap. Will do. 4, check your frequency, you're falling out. Team descends to main level. After ascertaining the functionality of the hazard blocking displays, the team moved towards a descending stairwell instead of the service elevator. Z9 Cap. Going down now, starting to see some of that sludge. Any idea where it comes from? Site Command. Part of the mixture is power station runoff, but it's mostly blood and some other biological residue, like pus. As for where it comes from, your guess is as good as ours. Z9 Cap. Guess that's what we're here to find out. Site Command. That's the one. Z9-2. This stuff doesn't stink like you'd think it would, just smells like pennies. 9 Cap. Hide an apple, we're going to the dock. Team descends several levels until they reach the 6th basement level marked as a Euclid containment wing. Z9 Cap motions to enter the floor. Z9-1. Lots of bodies in here, Cap. Z9 Cap. I see them. Not all human, are they? Z9-2. Nope. They've all got that look to them though from the briefing. Blood on their faces. Hello, Meha! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome. This is a long stream today. Site Command. Stay alert, guys. Z9 Cap. Copy that. Let's get moving. Team moves forward for a short time, investigating the mostly empty floor. Suddenly, a rumbling is heard. All team members stop and wait for the noise to end. There is a crash and Z94 shouts. Z9 Cap. So, what was that? Site Command. Came from below you. Notice any structural damage? Z93. Sure fucking did. Floor collapse under Randall. He's down below us. I can see him. Z9 Cap. 4, you reading me? 9-4. Yeah, Cap, I'm alright, but my leg's pretty fucked. I don't know if I can get up. Z9 Cap. Alright, stay there. We're going to get down to you. 3, you stay here with Randall. 1, 2, move with me. Let's fly in the stairwell down. Z9 Sub. Captain, something fluctuating below you. You copy? Z9 Cap does not respond. Site Command also attempts to communicate with Z9 Team and fails to do so. Communications continue to be transmitted from the team. Z9-4. Where are they? 3 says. Should be on the way. 4. Any way you can get down here? 3. Not without breaking my legs. 4. You sure? I think I can hear something down here. 3. I can't hear anything. It's probably just the pipes. Z9-4. Fucking pipes. From Z94's perspective, the floor is shrouded in darkness beyond 4 meters. The only illumination is from the floors above. Z94. No, it's definitely something. It's... Fuck, Brett, it's slithering. There's something down here. Z93. Hang on, mate. Cap, you read me? There's no response. Cap, 1, 2. Anybody? God damn it. 4. Brett, shit, it's right here. I can hear it. Z94 then yells to something off screen. Get the fuck away from me, you slimy asshole. Gunshots. I said get the fuck back. Z93. Don't shoot anything, Randall, you'll... Z94 cries out. Z93's camera observes what appears to be a black leech-like creature, approximately the length and width of an adult human arm, moving slowly towards Z94. Z94 continues to fire wildly, causing the Z93 to run behind the opening in the door for cover. Suddenly the gunfire stops, and Z93 looks back over the edge. Z93. Randall, Jesus fuck it. The creature has now entered Z94's mouth, and is moving slowly down his throat. Z94's mic pick up muffled cries and a low grinding noise like chewing. Z93 aims his weapon at the creature and fires, missing it when Z94 twitches. Z93 fires again, striking Z94 in the arms. Z93. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh, Captain, permission to fire on Randall. There's no response. Z93. God damn it, Captain! Permission to fire on 4. No response. Z93. Fuck, Randall 1. Z94. Please. Z93 raises weapon and fires at Z94. There's another rumble and the ground beneath Z93 gives way. Z93 falls onto the concrete below and is crushed by additional falling debris. Z93's camera and microphone disconnects. Z94's microphone continues to pick up Z94 choking and vomiting for an additional 5 minutes, after which Z94 goes silent. Another leech creature emerges from his mouth and disappears. Z94 stands and picks up Z93's weapon. Z94's camera disconnects. Note: at this point, Z19 was in full disconnect. 2 members were assumed KIA while the other 3 were not accounted for. After 3 hours of non-communication, Site Command contacted Overwatch Command to request a full stop to all explorative efforts into SCP-1730. While waiting for a response, Z91's microphone came back online. This is all communication from Z91's microphone. They're all labeled Z91. You didn't look, did you? Yeah, me neither, Cap. It was all over there against the wall. Is it not there anymore? I can get it open. We need fucking bullets. I think they're gone, yeah, but I don't want to wait around for... Lower? What floor are we on right now anyway? I thought there were only supposed to be 15. Fuck. Alright. Z94's camera suddenly comes off online, showing a massive room, dimly lit by many small flames. Further observation of the footages shows that the small flames all originate from the ears of many humanoids, standing quietly around the wall. In the center pit is a large creature that appears to be covered in many smaller creatures. It is barely distinguishable in the lower lighting. Several large pipes over the creature have been cut and are draining onto the center of the room. The camera cuts out. Again, all transcripts from the Z91 microphone. What happened to Site-13? This is like the 5th time. The writing is now legible for them. I thought the camera filter was meant to filter out the cognito hazard writings, but I guess it doesn't work anymore for these people. Z91. What happened to Site-13? This is like the 5th time. I don't know. I don't fucking know. How am I... Right, wait. Yeah, I do too. It's coming from over there. The shit's everywhere. Fuck, look. Open that door. Shh. Z91 is silent. No, Stay quiet. We need to get back upstairs. Hey, who's that? Z91's mic disconnects. Note: with the entire team once again unresponsive, Site Command ordered an emergency termination of all explorative efforts into SCP-1730 while waiting for confirmation from the O5 Council. 4 hours pass with no response before Z9 Cap's camera begins transmitting. Microphones come online shortly after. Z9 Cap is standing in a very tall room looking at some kind of large and intricate machine. She approaches the machine slowly before settling over some kind of input console with a backlit screen. Z9 Cap wipes dust off a label just above the screen. The word Thresher is clearly visible. Z9 Cap's hands hover over the keyboard at the console. Another distant sound can be heard over the microphone, later identified as footsteps. Z9 Cap turns quickly to face the darkness behind her. As she turns, her shoulder-mounted light strikes something on the machine behind her and goes out. The footsteps grow closer. Z9 Cap begins to breathe heavily and starts running through the dark. She trips and falls, and the noises begin to close in. Z9 Cap. No! Fuck you! Z9 Caps camera disconnects. No additional transmissions are received from the Z9 team. Following is Addendum 1730.4. Recovered data from power station terminal. Access file is 1730/files/thresher.log. This is an image recovered from the logs. It is an image recovered from the power station terminal. It is a graph with the title stating Power Output to Thresher Site-13 by, I believe, Engineer 242. And it has a following note that says, Dr. Hadley, as you can see, the power output to the Thresher device has been adjusted to your specifications. At your command, the reactors will surge to the full 55 GW required to activate the device. Like I mentioned in our previous correspondence, the reactors will likely not survive this kind of power surge. The core dedicated to the body pit might, given its reinforced construction, but there will likely be significant damage to all the rest. Additionally, and you'll forgive me for speaking out of place since I'm not assigned to the Thresher device, but the device is still wildly unstable. The tests have been encouraging on the smaller subjects, and it might someday be an applicable piece of technology, but at this moment it is only considered a measure for very final attempts. Utilization of the device could make local reality unstable here. Make local reality unstable here, as well as wherever the device ends up. In other words, I hope you know what you're doing. Best of luck, Engineer 242. The next file I have in my documents are a series of collected data logs that are all filed under Addendum 1730.5. The first file I can access is from fileserve/1730/files/comlog1.log. It is, again, addressed to Dr. Hadley. And it says, Dear Dr. Hadley, in brackets 340, we have received your communication and thank you for taking the time to contact us. We have considered your request, but at this time we cannot approve any transfers. If you are at Site-13 and you are there because of a superb level of professionalism and aptitude in your profession, and we cannot afford to have you anywhere else. You may speak to your site pharmacist about an amnesic regimen if you like, but we will not allow you to transfer from Site-13. As for your concerns about Director Emerson's mortuary protocol, we understand your complaints. However, you must understand that anomalies, especially those classified as humanoid, are not human beings. Human beings fall into a very specific category of non-abnormalis life forms. Humanoid anomalies may appear to be human, but are simply humanoid. As such, they are not entitled to the rights and privileges afforded to human beings by the Ethics Committee. Our jobs as researchers is to identify where anomalies come from, and then to identify how to best utilize those anomalies for the benefit of mankind. We are protectors, and we cannot protect unless we know everything there is to know about the threat at hand. Once we have learned what we have learned, we can neutralize the threat. If you have any other questions, please do not hesitate to contact our offices. Sincerely, Peter Grenwald, SCP Foundation Ethics Committee Chair, Global Occult Coalition Ethics Board Head. The next file I have accessed is from, again, /1730/files/3421testlog.log. Testlog. Entity 3421. Administrator Dr. 1343. Test purpose: to identify Class 8 entities' ability to bend reality while exposed to dangerous conditions, and to Scranton Mollius inhibitor device. Use of SCP redacted. to animate entity between tests. So they're torturing this entity to death to do some tests. Test 1. Exposure to temperature at minus 35 degrees Celsius. Result. Entity loses energy, becomes less hostile. Extended exposure results in low external temperature and decay of skin layer. Entity expires after 1 hour of sustained exposure. Test 2. Exposure to temperature, this time at a radically high temperature of 150 degrees Celsius. Result. Entity quickly succumbs to heat stroke. Body shows signs of burning across all surfaces. Organ damage as a result of extreme temperature. Entity unable to change reality to save itself. 5. Submerge in water. Result. Data not found. Notes. Water seems to interfere with Scranton Mollius device. Test 13. Exposure to electricity. Result. Entity unable to save itself. Body no longer salvageable. Entity moved to body pit for incineration. Access file serve 1730 files 129com1.log. It is a short communication to Engineer 242 from Engineer 129. Now remember, Engineer 242 is the engineer who wrote the graph and also wrote the letter of communication to the doctor that expressed concerns about power output to the course. The subject is control of hazardous toxins in reactor core. We're having some trouble controlling the waste backup in the pit. The runoff is supposed to be piped off-site, but it keeps getting sucked back up in the air intake into the reactor. The stuff is seriously toxic. I don't want to send in any of my guys in there to clean it up. Either we shut off the reactor long enough to go down there and clean it up by hand, or we're going to have a pretty serious issue in here for a while. Hello Gemini Beauty Supply, welcome to the stream. Welcome. The next file I have is from the 1730 files. This time it is named termination log 1.log. The title is data not found. It is a log that has a summary of events. Entity showed unwillingness to submit to further testing, and as such was swiftly terminated by way of electrocution. Entity moved to body pit for incineration. Noting here that additional orders have come in from Director Emerson requesting a full-scale termination of the entire humanoid wing. Those will be processed at your convenience, and we can begin to empty out those floors. Sincerely, Dr. 790. The next log is titled Unknown Log 3. And it's a very short log. Cognito has it expunged, has shown some tenacity, but will soon break under the mental pressure applied to it by the orators. This is not uncommon, and many entities arriving for the initial inspection will resist exposure to treatment in some way, but it cannot be sustained for the duration of their time here. Entity does have a particular interesting effect on Cognito has it expunged, which leads me to believe that we could repurpose that aspect of the entity by removing the face, neck, upper chest area, and arms, then applying it to a Mark 12. To a Mark 12, using the Cognito has it expunged. I will send this notice to Dr. 874 post haste and move forward with this project. Sincerely, Dr. 720. Yeah, it's SCP. We're doing SCP. The next file is titled Unknown Log 12. It is another short note addressed to Dr. Hadley from Engineer 242. They took your this word is crossed out. Instead of blood, they wrote leech. They took your leech boy down to the pit today. I made sure to alter his termination record accordingly. I made sure that output is still blocked up. I don't know what you've got planned for him, but that pit's pretty noxious now. It's not going to be good. Finally, the log in the series is hadleyletter.log to Dr. Hadley. And this is a letter from Dr. Hadley to Director Emerson, the Human Ethics Committee head. Before we get started, let me just say that the number thing was always bullshit. If you want to properly dehumanize your researchers, you put them in cubicles. The numbers were a joke from the beginning. If you're reading this, then you're left with a decision. What do you think was going to happen throwing the bodies of anomalies into that pit? Do you think that their being alive made them abnormalis? Hell, being alive is the least abnormalis part of our humanity. I thought you might have seen that, but then things have changed. The containment breach was my fault, I won't lie to you. In my research, I had the pleasure of analyzing a young boy. His name was Elijah, and he subsisted only on blood, and he could siphon it through others with his mouth, right through the skin. Leech boy! We saw other leeches in the previous logs. Was this the same boy? He could siphon it through others with his mouth right through the skin, like a leech. He had no mental capacity beyond 2 years, and yet he deserved the same chance to live as the rest of us. He did not choose to be the way he was. Then you decided to have him burned, like the rest of them. So I modified his record. The fires of your pit won't have incinerated him, just agitated him. And that sludge that's been building up, I'm glad you cared to get it cleaned up. I'm sure you're glad too. It's pretty awful down there. Anyway, your decision. The containment breach was inevitable, and whether it was something that crawled out of the pit that did it or my hand on a button makes no difference. You have a choice to make. Either stay your course and certainly be devoured by the creatures you have been torturing for the last 15 years, or activate the Thresher device and hope it dumps you out in a more hospitable reality than your own. Either way, our world will be rid of you and your filth, and be better for it. This is your death camp, Elliot. You made your bed, and now you get to lie in it. Sincerely, Hadley. Oh, my bad. I think this is actually Hadley's... It's Hadley's message to the director of site. Not the head of committee. It's to the director of Site-13, I believe. P.S. Amazing how much can change in just a few years, isn't it? All because you were chasing a promotion. Incredible. I hope it was worth it. Oh yeah, and if you decide you want to talk this out, I'll be down in the basement with Elijah. I've got a nice warm spot for him to get set up when he arrives. You've made sure there will be plenty of blood. What's cracking? Hi, Croquette Croc, welcome to the stream. Addendum 1730.4. Oh my gosh, my brain's getting cooked with all these reading. The following addendum is 1730.6, and it is a received audio transmission. The following audio transmission was picked up on monitoring equipment on the morning of February 1st, 2016. The transmission, both speech and an encrypted signal that followed, has been repeating on a continuous loop since it was first detected. The contents of the transmission are accessed below. Oh, I'm scared it's actually gonna play an audio. Because right now it says access fileserv /1730/files /020016 0201116 audio.mp3. Oh my gosh, it actually plays audio. Do you guys want to hear it? I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh, I don't want to play. I'm scared. Ah. Okay. Ah, go on. Okay. Okay. Let me connect my headphones. I guess we're gonna listen to it. I'm scared. It is a 1 minute. Oh my god, my Bluetooth connected. Sound just played in my headphones and I got scared. It is a 1 minute and 19-second audio, and I'll play it. I hope you guys can hear it.
Hello, my name is Dr. Muhammad Scott, and I am a researcher within the SCP Foundation's Site-13 Temporal Studies Division. Myself and my team were abandoned within Site-13 during a recent catastrophic event, the full details of which we do not know. We are currently surrounded by hostile entities and other hazardous anomalies. Of the original 30 members of my team, only 12 remain. To any Foundation operatives listening on this channel, we are asking for assistance. Our supplies are dangerously low, as is our ammunition. Without aid, it is unlikely that we will last more than another month. Following this message will be an encrypted, adjusted VMS transmission, decipherable by standard 1980s Foundation technology. The information within that transmission will contain our location, as well as we can describe it. The transmission is wired by Deadman's switch to myself, and will be played on a continuous loop until such time that I die. Please help us. Thank you.
So that was the transmission. I hope it came out okay on your end. But yeah, it was just a log that described what happened. It was a call from help from Dr. Muhammad Scott from within the SCP Foundation Site-13's Temperamental Studies Division. And I guess he's dead, because the messaging for help is playing on loop. I'm also Gemini, thank you, but please refer to chat rules. Addendum 1730.7 Updated exploration memorandum. Memorandum? Updated exploration memorandum. In light of recent information gathered by Foundation surveillance teams, it has been deemed impertinent to once again send exploration and recovery teams onto Site-13. By order of Overwatch Command, SCP-1730's containment procedures have been updated. Mobile Task Force Tower 5 Samsara is currently under consideration for deployment. Details to follow. Ah! Good night, Mina! Good night! Oyasumi! Sleep well! Oh. The first is Addendum 1730.8 Exploration and Recovery Log Transcript. The first is Access File Serve /1730 /exploration log1.log. The first is Exploration Video Transcript on a redacted date, and it is a exploration team called Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Wardens. Subject is SCP-1730, and team lead is AP3 Ross. Team members is AP3 Holston, Noah, Ohalo, and Vigo. It's wake up bedtime story? Yeah, it is. Honestly, I'm getting like scared out of my mind. I'm like home alone reading this, and like everything out of my peripheral is like scaring me. Like even the curtains in my peripheral are like terrifying me. So I don't know. Also, I hope the BGM is okay right now, because I turned it down earlier for the video for the audio transcript, so I'm not sure if it's the correct volume right now. If the BGM is too loud or too quiet, please let me know. Oh, I'm so scared. Begin log. AP3 Russ. Radio's live. Everybody good? Vigo. Hang on. Site command. 60 seconds to insertion. Ross. Copy. Vigo, you good? Vigo. Yeah, I got it. Ross. We set? Houston? Houston? We're good. Houston? Houston? How do I say this word? Houston? I'm sorry, it's bothering me. How do I say Houston? I think it's Houston. Ross. Alright, stay cool, keep your lights on, and if you see anything suspect, hit your vices. And give everyone else the heads up. Remember, the internal topography of this place is unstable, so there's a pretty good chance we'll get separated. If we do, stay put until the place stabilizes, and somebody will come pick you up. Use your broadcasters if nobody is responding, and shoot anything that moves. Unless it's one of us, probably. Houston! Ah, I see. I see. Houston. Sounds scary. Yeah. Houston. Noah. Then definitely shoot. It's on site, baby. The team laughs. Site command. 30 seconds to insertion. AP3 Frost. Houston, you take the lead. Our information suggests this entrance leads down a pretty long staircase, but there shouldn't be any other doors we encounter until we hit the bottom. So we should be more or less safe until we get there, got it? Houston says, got it. Ross, any other questions? Oh, hello, you're quiet back there. I'm good, boss. Ross, alright, that's what I want to hear. Site command. 10 seconds to insertion. They yapped a lot for 20 seconds, oh my gosh. There's a pause. Site command, game wardens, you're clear to begin operation. Ross, let's roll. Team enters SCP-1730. As expected, initial interior space is a long descending staircase. AP3 Houston takes the lead. Site command. Team, we're monitoring you from here, but let us know if you hear, see, or experience anything unexpected. Ross. Copy. Team descends for 3 minutes. Interior of SCP-1730 is unlit, with the only luminescence coming from the shoulder-mounted lights of MTF AP3. Actually gonna change my image back to the exploration, because I think that's fun. Here we go. Ross, how are we looking? Houston, pretty good. We see a door up here on the landing. Vigo, I see it. Ross, alright, that's unfortunate. Oh, hello, Noah, keep an eye on our backs when we pass it. Hang on. Team stops at the landing. AP3 Houston tries the door, but it is locked. Oh, hello. There's air blowing under the door here. See where the dust is kicking up? Ross. Yeah, Vigo, let's see that thermal camera. Vigo. Alright, hang on. There it is. And 10 seconds of silence. Your door closed by itself! Oh no! Oh, watch out! That's so scary. Oh my god. I also like sometimes when I'm reading these SCPs, I hear like doors closing and things, and I get really scared because I know that I closed all my doors. And now I have the habit of like closing my windows so there's no wind moving the curtains and I don't see stuff out of my peripheral. Sometimes it's a tiny ambience that really gets me, you know? Ross. Yeah, no, I don't. There's radio static that interrupts him? Not even going to begin to fuck with that. Let's keep going. Site command. Team lead, you copy? Is everything alright? Ross. Yeah, we're good. Still descending. Site command. Affirmative, just got some static. Wanted to make sure you were good. Team continues to descend for 4 more minutes. For 3 more minutes. Oh, hello. Lights. Look. Ross. Yeah, command, there's a light up ahead. Maybe I'll exit. Eyes open. Team descends for 2 minutes. Noah. Shit. Vigo. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Ross. God damn it, alright, command. Be advised that the bottom of this stairwell is just missing. I don't know where the light we saw is coming from, but we go down about 3 more steps and we're in some sort of void. I don't see the bottom to it. Site command. Copy that. Hang on tight, team. We're taking a look at this. Hello 3. What if we drop something in it? See how far down it goes. Vigo. I mean, I can see how far down it goes. It looks kind of like forever. Oh, hello 3 shrugs. Oh, hello shrugs. Site command. Game wardens, go ahead and proceed back up. We'll see about another insertion point. Houston. Damn it. Ross. It's alright, we'll just... Vigo. Ross, look. It's not a void, it's a liquid. It's not just reflecting light, like, at all. It's pitch black. Houston. Looks like some kind of water. Ross, hang on. Yeah, we're not going to fuck with that either. Command, how far are we to the bottom of this stairwell? Gemini. No, I don't play. No, I don't play. And generally, please don't ask off-topic questions in my stream. I think maybe I didn't make that clear enough in the chat rules, but yeah. We're doing, you know, readings right now, so I prefer if things stay more on topic. But thank you for asking. No, I don't play Roblox. Where are we? Where are we? Ah, okay. It's not a void. It's a liquid. It's not just reflecting light like at all. It's pitch black. Houston says it looks like some sort of water. And Ross says, hang on. Yeah, we're not going to fuck with that either. Command, how far are we to the bottom of this stairwell? Site command. 1 moment. You're about 15 meters below where we expected the stairwell to end. Stella, the topography is off here. Let's head back up a ways and see if we can find a different exit. Site command. Team lead, hold position for a moment. We're trying to determine your location right now. Noah. Hey, Chief. Ross. Hang on. Noah. No, look, it's... Ross. Shut up, Houston. Oh, fuck, it's rising. Ross. Alright, boys. Time to go. Fuck. The black liquid begins to quickly rise behind MTF AP3. Team moves quickly up the stairwell in relative silence. Vigo. It's gaining on us. Fuck, come on. Houston. Jesus Christ, Oh, hello. Houston, grab him. Ross, help. Ross. Shit, don't... Houston. My legs. Fuck. My legs, Noah. There's another door up here. Hurry. Ross. Hang on. Team enters door on the next landing and the door is slammed close. Noah. Holy Jesus, what happened to his legs? Houston. Oh, sorry, Ross says. Shit, Houston, are you... Houston. Wait. Vigo, what? Site command says. What's happening? Do you read us? Ross. Yes, sorry, command, that all happened quickly. Houston fell coming up the stairs and his legs got covered in that stuff and now they're just gone. One clean cut, like they weren't there. Houston. I can actually still feel them, guys, like... I can see they're not there, but it doesn't hurt. And I think I can stand up. Oh, hello. What the fuck? AP3 Houston proceeds to stand up. He is missing his legs from knees down, but appears to be floating, as if they were still there. AP3 Vigo waves his hand underneath Houston's legs, which pass through the space unimpeded. Noah. Ross. Alright, so there's that. You aren't hurting, Houston. Houston, nothing feels different. Ross. Okay, that's fucking crazy. Command, do we know anything about this? Site command. Negative. Ross. Alright, let's keep going then. Command, looks like we're in a maintenance hallway or something similar. We've got pipes running up and down the walls, gauges and such. It's pretty warm here. Oh, hello. There. On the wall. What happened to Site-13? Ross. It's a reoccurring phrase that keeps showing up written on the walls here, Command. Do we know what's not a meme? Or do we know that it's not a meme? A meme? On this site? Site Command, it isn't. None of the studies we ran uncovered any abnormality effects related to that phrase. We're still not sure why we keep finding it though. Ross, noted, down this hall. Team continues in silence for 4 minutes. During this time, AP3 Noah's camera disconnects suddenly. This information was not promptly relayed to the task force. When are you done? I think it's gonna take us about 3 hours to read this. So maybe like another... Yeah, we might hit like 3 hour to 3.5 hour mark today with our reading. It's gonna take a while. This is one of the most famously long SCPs, so it's gonna take us a while. It's a long read today. Now, AP3 Houston says, there's something up ahead, see? There at the corner? Vigo. Is that a person? Ross. Approach with caution, safety is off. Team approaches target in silence. Upon reaching target, video feed shows a severely disfigured, rotted human corpse, age unknown, partially conjoined to the wall behind it. Several other spatial distortions are evident nearby, such as the ceiling and wall appearing to pull back into each other, but this is unnoticed by the AP3 team. Ross. Ah, shit. Good to finally see a familiar face. Guys, it's just Zachary. Oh, hello. Thank God, Zachary. How'd you get down here? Silence. Houston says, us too, man. This place is fucked up. Look at my fucking legs, man. Look at this shit. Second man. Team lead, please be advised that you are under the effects of a powerful cognitohazard. We are attempting to upload a filter so your scramble visors... We're attempting to upload a filter to your scramble visors. One moment. Vigo. No, Command, it's alright. It's just Zachary. We go way back, don't we, buddy? AP3 Vigo playfully punches the corpse. He punches the corpse, dislodging its jaw. The corpse does not respond. Ross. Zachary, we're looking for some other people trapped in here. Do you know how to get to the lower levels? Silence. Oh, hello. Shit. Ross. Okay, so wait, what's below that? Uh-huh. Houston then says, shit, he's right. Where's Noah? The team turns and AP3 Noah is not seen. Oh my god! AP3 Ross. Ah, shit, Zachary, stay here. Noah, do you read me? Noah, it's Ross. Do you hear me at all? Command, what the fuck is Noah? Yeah, this is like a total yap. Yep moment. And no, I don't know how long this reading is gonna take. I looked up the approximate reading time, but we might go on for longer. We'll try to aim for like below 4 hours though. Well, so Noah is gone. Well, Noah is like a goodbye gonzers. And they're talking to a rotted dead body with the jaw dislodged because they punched them in the jaw. Site command. That is uncertain, team lead. Please be advised. The upload is complete. Please restart your visors for the filter to take effect. Team restarts their visors. Ross. There we go. What was it that... Oh, gross. Command, there's a body in the wall down here. Looks like it's been fused into it or something. Our vices are ticking like crazy, too. Site Command. Acknowledged. Team lead, proceed. Houston, wait. Look, back there, you see shimmering? Vigo. Is that gas? It looks like a gas leak. Oh, hello. Oh, fuck, no, look at the floor. Look behind it. Fuck. Houston. Shit, Noah, shit. Noah. Approaching MTF AP3 is a shimmering transparent humanoid construct. Apparently the source of the spatial anomalies in the area. As its feet touches the ground, the floor begins to warp within space around them, stabilizing after the entity passes by. MTF AP Noah is visibly hanging behind the entity, though the nature of the agent is uncertain, as the spatial anomaly he is caught in appears to be extremely severe, and very few of his features can be made out. Noah is seen attempting to move slightly, but continues to be twisted by the anomaly as it moves. Ross. Fucking shoot it! God damn it! Open fire! MTF AP3 fires on the entity. As the bullet approaches, the trajectory changes and they twist and spin around the entity before falling harmlessly onto the floor or lodging in the ceiling. Oh, hello. This is a working sheath. Wait. Vigo. My fucking arm! Shit! AP3 Vigo is seen turning and attempting to pull away from an unseen force. From AP3 Ahalo's camera, a long, shimmering, transparent appendage is seen stretching towards AP3 Vigo, abstracting the wall closest to it as it moves. It wraps around AP3 Vigo's left arm, which visibly begins to distort. Vigo screams. Ross. Houston! The anchor! Houston. Oh yeah! AP3 Houston produces a miniature portable Scranton reality anchor, which he powers on and lobs towards the entity. There is a flash of red light, and for a split second the entity becomes visible as an extremely disfigured, grotesquely elongated humanoid, which exists for only a second before the spatial distortions surrounding it are anchored and violently reset, creating a massive pressure wave in the confined space. The team is momentarily incapacitated. Vigo. Oh, my arm! AP3 Vigo's left arm is bright red, but otherwise unscathed. AP3 Ohalo assesses it. Ohalo, the color will go away. That's just the anchor cooling down. You good? Vigo, yeah, I'm alright, thanks. Ross. Jesus. Noah, are you there? There is silence. Ross. Can any of you see Noah? Vigo. Ross, here, look. In the wall. As the dust clears, AP3 Noah becomes visible, partially fused with the wall, ceiling, and floor across 10 meters of the hallway. The agent is unmoving. Houston retches. From the distance, you hear Ahalo's indistinctive muttering. And Ross says, God, Command, do you read me? Hello? Site Command, we read you, Team Lead. Ross, we've lost Noah. He's in the wall. Do you want us to proceed? Site Command, one moment. Team Lead, do you feel as if returning to the surface would be more dangerous than continuing your mission? Ross, I have no fucking way of knowing that. We have no way of knowing what's in here. Everything in here is so fucked, it's incredible. I don't even know if we can get back. If we want to. None of the other teams have they? Site Command. That is correct. Ross. Honestly, whatever happens down here can't be any worse than whatever we'd see on our way back. It probably doesn't make a difference. Whatever, let's keep going. Site Command. Affirmative. Team Lead, we're preparing for another team to evacuate. In the event that you reach your target, insertion time is in 4 hours. Ross, you're sending another task force in here? What idiots volunteered for that gig? Site Command. Samsara. Ross. Oh. Alright, cool. I copy. I'm back. I'm just checking out other videos. It's good. Your video is good. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy videos. I'm glad you enjoy my videos. Okay. Team continues on for a short time unimpeded. They pass through several other areas, including a ransacked infirmary. Infirmary! Oh my god, English license retracted! Oh my gosh. Including a ransacked infirmary, a cafeteria space melted into a slag, and a wing of containment units identified as Olympia class that are no less than 100 meters in height. Eventually, the team enters a room off of the main hallway that appears to be a telecommunications center. A single television is illuminated on the wall across from them. Houston. This is weird. Ross. Stay cool, guys. Search the room. See if there's anything we can collect that they could use topside. Vigo. These terminals have power. I'll collect a backup. There's a sound on the other end of the room, like static. Ohalo and Houston move towards the illuminated television. Ohalo. Is something broadcasting through this? The screen flickers and an image appears. The interior of a standard containment cell is shown, though it is devoid of any comforts or belongings. A single red light behind the camera is on, poorly illuminating the space. A long figure is huddled in the corner. Houston. Hang on, is that... Ohalo. Holy shit, it is. Ross. What is it? Houston, it's Bobo the fucking clown! It's Bobo the clown! Oh my god! We've seen Bobo the clown. We've read Bobo the clown before! Well, let me show you guys. Oh my god, it's Bobo the clown! Bobo the clown is, for your information, is a entity that is transmitted through cartoon series about Bobo the clown, and it targets children, and incites them, I believe, to like act out, like do like acts of violence. And it's meant to be just a digital entity, and transmissions with the cartoon's episode have been blocked out as of date. But apparently Bobo the clown is alive in this cell, which is very interesting because he's not meant to be. He's really not meant to be alive. Let me show you guys. It's Bobo the clown. I think some of you guys were here before, but yeah, Bobo the clown was supposed to be popped, right? He's gone already. Like, he's like dealt with. Sorry, this is like a really bad screenshot, by the way, so forgive me. This is Bobo the clown. You remember him? You guys remember him? Enjoy Roblox. Thank you for popping by. Bye, Gemini. It's Bobo. Oh my god, it's Bobo the clown. Okay, let me move it so we so it's not that strange. Oh my god, I can make him. Let me make him strange too. Face filters. Now it's like glitchy. It's Bobo the clown. Anyway, I'm just really excited to see a different reference. It's Bobo's the clown. At the mention of the figure, at the mention of the name, the figure in the corner looks towards the camera. Jeez! Unidentified figure. What? What do you want? Who is it? Is it gonna watch my video while you play? Thank you, thank you. I always watch streams when I'm playing games too. It's like my version of multitasking. Is it productive? But is it fun? Yes. AP Ross says, Jesus, my name is Ephraim Ross. I'm an agent with the... Actually, hang on. Who are you? The figure shifts sideways, and more of its body becomes visible through the darkness. The red light illuminates its eyes, though little else of the figure can be made out. Ruuna when there's another SCP. I know, I go wild! Especially, like, What are the chances that, like, in this SCP, where we suddenly see another SCP we've already read about? Oh man, and also I love clowns. I love clowns! They're so... You know. I love clowns, man. Not when they're near me, but like, I love the concept of clowns. I once, oh my gosh, little sidetrack. I once had a dream as a child that, oh my gosh, I swear I've said this on stream before, but like, I was playing, in my dream, I was playing tag with like a bunch of people I know and like a few clowns. And the way tag works is that you have to run away, because when the clown touches you, you become a clown too. It's like a zombie apocalypse, but it's clowns, and it's not really a game because I was terrified, and I would like wake up right from that nightmare, and then but because I was so tired, I'd fall back asleep, and I'll be back in the chase again, and that happened for like several hours where I was just like, no more clowns, and I fall back asleep, and I'm like, no more clowns, and then I fall back asleep, and I get turned into a clown. That was my clown dream. Anyway. Nightmare right there. Yeah, for real. I have like a complicated relationship with clowns. You have a nightmare of a clown chasing you? Couldn't sleep, woke up? Oh yeah. Like honestly, like sometimes I have like these nightmares and I wake up. When I was like younger, when I was just a little star from space, I used to have a lot of nightmares. I wake up and I can't go to sleep. And now, I think it's because I consume so much horror media that I have nightmares almost every night. So now I kind of just treat it as watching a horror movie. I'm like, I wake up and I'm like, wow, I nearly got dismembered. Or like, I wake up, I'm like, wow, my dream, I like got needles stuck in my face. That's crazy. It's like, wow, it's so realistic. That's me now. I just learned to enjoy my nightmares. But yeah, I do have a nightlight for if I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, oh, it's dark. And I do have a nightlight sometimes. If I wake up in the morning, I'm like, yeah, good nightmare. good horror movie. It is free horror movie every night. For real, right? It's like, it's pretty good. I wish I could record it so like I can rewatch it. And tell me the worst nightmare. Can you tell me the worst nightmare you have? As long as it's not against TOS. As long as it's not against Twitch or YouTube TOS. Like, all my rules. Like, what? Spill the tea. Spill the tea. Yeah, for real, right? It would be like, I don't know, like... I forget though. I think even yesterday I had a nightmare. Like fighting for my life or something, right? I said it on yesterday's stream after we watched it. It's something about family mart and something about jujutsu. Oh yeah, it was a hostage situation in a family mart. Like it's a branch of convenience stores in Japan with a Jujutsu Kaisen villains. Yes. Tell me your nightmares. Yeah, I have crazy nightmares. Oh. Okay. Well, we're here. Let's finish this addendum. Okay, so yeah, Efren Ross just told Bubble the Clown the real name, which you probably shouldn't do, and the figure shifts sideways, and more of its body becomes visible through the darkness. The red light illuminates its eyes, though little else of the figure can be made out. Unidentified figure. You're different. You smell different. I know I can smell you, even from here. You don't know that though. They did, but you don't like them. They went to a great lengths to figure that out. They knew, they know, they will know. One time I was playing Roblox and there was 2 clones. I ran upstairs, someone FaceTimed me and it was a monster. My dad said answer, I said no, then I woke up. Isn't that just a nightmare of like, oh, when they're like, call your relatives and you're like, I don't want to call relatives. It's actually nightmarish. If a monster FaceTimes you, Don't pick up. If anyone FaceTimes you, don't pick up. Just don't. If someone wants to call me, you have to book me 2 weeks in advance so I can mentally prepare myself. AP Ross says, "You're Bobble the Clown, yeah?" The figure slides slowly across the wall of the cell, just out of range of the red light. Its movements are noticeably erratic. It comes closer to the camera. The unidentified figure says, "They had a number for me once, when I was Bobble. But your friends didn't like the number. Said we identified with the numbers. But I'm not Bobble. But I am a thing that used to be Bobble. You're not where you're supposed to be, gun buddy. You don't match the air in here. You're out of place. Just like I am. Just like we are." Ross: "Uh-huh. What happened here?" Unidentified figure says, "Daddy Emerson played a tricky game with the strings of the universe. He walked on them like a tightrope and was surprised when he fell. Tricky little Emerson. Didn't just want boxes, no. He wanted the boxes full of ideas. Ideas like pain, horror, death. He worked very hard to stack those boxes on his string and broke the whole thing. And we all came tumbling down with him." Ross: "How many other entities are in here? What else do you know?" The figure says, "How many? How many entities were swallowed by Site-13? You silly out-of-place boy. Silly little boy. Everything made its way into Site-13. If the Foundation could find it and the Coalition could catch it, it was fed into the meat grinder down here. Everything. It mulched us all, and if there was nothing to gain. Someone got lucky. Bobble got lucky. Stuff in the funny box and played with. Toyed with. Experimented with. To see what sounds we made when we all wanted to die. Others were not so lucky. They burned the library. You know, held it upside down like a can of soup and let the contents run out into the furnace. And burned the whole place up. They did other things, too. Worse things. Daddy Emerson liked it. He watched it all every time. Got his jollies off watching it." Ross: "And worse things?" The unidentified figure approaches the camera and comes fully into view, illuminated by the red light. A significant portion of its body is distorted by video static that moves as it moves. This static appears to be cutting into the tissue of the figure's body, creating large lacerations that ooze a dark yellow liquid. As it moves, the figure appears to be slugging off large portions of its mass, which are replaced with static. Half of its face sludges off as it nears the camera, and one eye becomes shrouded in static. Unidentified figure: "Even worse things." Vigo: "Shiv, we're picking something up on the radio. I think it's the survivor signal. You must be getting close." Ross: "Alright, let's keep moving." The figure says, "Come on, boys. Don't let the dead bugs bite. If you see Daddy Emerson down there..." I'm gonna replace this word with something else. "If you see Daddy Emerson down there, beat him to death for me." AP-13 passes out of the telecommunication room and into the main hallway. Following the strength of the signal discovered by AP-3VO, they near an area that appears to be a cryogenic containment unit. Cryogenic containment unit. Similar to those utilized in the defunct cryogenic Y-wing of Site-13. As they pass through this area, Command loses the signal of each member of the team, with only intermittent static being broadcast. This continues for 30 minutes. 30 minutes! You know you only get 30 minutes? 30 minutes! My brain! I need to get offline. This continues for 30 minutes before the signal is received again. Houston. Command, command! Are you there? Do you read me? Site command. Houston, we read you. Are you alright? Is everyone alright? Houston. Oh, shit, thank God. We've been trying to reach you forever. Yeah, we found the survivors. They're holed up down here in... I don't know what you call this place, but it's not conducive. It's not conducive to habitation. We're looking at 20, maybe 30 people. We found some other agents of ours too. A few mole rats. A guy from Travelers. They all ended up down here. Site command. Are you prepared to evac? Houston. Yeah, so that's not going to happen the way I think we want to. Not currently. It's a whole lot worse here than we had anticipated, Command. I don't know how they ever locked some of this stuff up, but suffice to say that every single containment cell is broken open and this shit is real. Like, really, really real. We keep hearing things down the hallways nearby, and I think whatever is out there is looking for us. I think they're angry. If they find us, we don't have the bullets to keep them down, let alone get these people out. Site command. Where's Ross? Houston. He's been trying to get some defenses ready with the others in case they come tonight. It's not looking good, you know. I don't know if you guys have a backup plan, but we'll take any ideas. Site command. How long have you been down there? Houston. Maybe 3 days. Site command. Affirmative. Apollo 3 team, be advised that we are activating it and inserting Tower 5 for rescue and recovery. Houston. Fuck yes. Tell them to hurry. So the 30 minutes they lost contact for was 3 days for them. There's a time-space distortion happening. As most things do when it comes to SCP. Okay. Next is recovery log when it's accessed from file surf 1730 /recovery /resci freaklog1.log. Okay. While this happens, well, before we keep on reading, I'm going to go quickly grab some water and I'll be right back. Now, honestly, I'm kind of creeped out right now, so I'm going to take one of my plushies with me. I will be back in like a minute. am hydrated. I got some water in my character themed cup, and I won't grab blankets today because it do be, I think it's starting to near autumn here, but it's still kind of like not that cold right now, so no blankets. Oh, maybe I should bring my plushie though. Wait. I have my plushie. Gonna get cozy. Cozy down. Also remember, Gemini, please. I answered earlier. I don't play Roblox, and also please try to keep the chat on topic unless I mention something. Please don't bring it up. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm like really creeped out, man. Like, you know, when I read these SCPs, sometimes I'm not even, I'm too scared to like walk past a mirror. And also because I am an artist, I have like self-portrait of me hanging on the wall. So sometimes when I walk past that self-portrait and I'm like, oh, is it haunted? I want to burn that portrait so bad. Did it take me like many hours to do that portrait? Yes. Did it cost me a lot of money because I use like oil paints? Yes. But am I creeped out by it? Yes. Yeah, really. She's like staring right at me. Oh, it's scary. And oh my gosh. when I was in academy in space, right? I did art as one of my main electives. And I did like a huge self-portrait painting, right? And I was meant to take that home with me because I was really proud of it. It's a portrait that like taught me how to color pick anything in the environment just with my eyes. But my principal for my academy was like, Ruuna, like, you know, I just became a new principal here, and like can I take your portrait and hang it up on my wall? So now I'm just constantly surveying my principal when she works, I guess. My principal has my face up on her wall. Just staring at her. It's like the headmaster's office in Hogwarts, but it's like, it's my face. Yeah, see you soon, baby. Oh, okay. Let's keep going. I think we're actually gonna make 3 hours today. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need another sip of water. Rank 1, yeah, exactly. I am the best. Okay. Extraction and recovery video transcript. This is... We're back to where we came from. It's on a redacted date. It is by Exploration Team Mobile Task Force Tau Samsara, the team that was sent to retrieve the rest of the teams. The subject is, once again, SCP-1730, and the team lead is T5 Iranzu, with the team members being T5 Munru, Onru, and Nanku. These are such cute names, what the heck, they're so cute. Notes. The following is an audio/video transcript of an extraction and recovery mission carried out by the members of Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara after contact by MTF AP3 game wardens with human survivors within SCP-1730. The AP3 team had requested assistance in extracting the survivors due to the large number of hostile entities within the site. Each member of MTF Tau 5 was outfitted with a number of cybernetics enhancements per the specifications of their design, including unmounted incendiary cannons, shock-absorbing leg extensions, heat-resistant plating, built-in scramble adaptations within the eyes, and others. Tau 5's insertion point was a drainage gate near the secondary entrance that AP3 team had inserted through. Begin log. T5 Irantu says, "We're plugged in, Site Command. Do you read me?" Site Command, we do. 60 seconds to insertion. Nanku, so how dangerous should this mission be considered? Munru, not a single person they've sent has come in. Not a single person they've sent in has come out yet. Considerably. Nanku, acknowledged. This should be engaging. Ranku Irantu. Irantu. Team, check your optics. The last thing we need is somebody succumbing to a meme-tic hazard? Meme-tic hazard! Memes! I love memes. I'm a meme-tic hazard. Nanku says, understood. I'm good. Munru says, also good. Onru says, I'm good. Irantu, good. Remember, all we're looking to do here is extract the survivors. We're not attempting to contain anything, so if you see something nasty, put it down. Nanku, as always. Munru, I don't need to be convinced. Site Command, dim your 30 seconds to insertion. Site Command, 10 seconds to insertion. Del 5, you're cleared to begin the extraction and recovery. Irantu, let's go. Oh, what's this? I see Korean in my chat. I'm sorry, I don't know Korean. Let me translate it. If it's a decent stroke, I'm gonna cry. Translate. Hello. I know this. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. T5 team enters SCP-1730 through a drainage gate under the secondary office structure. Each team member activates the shoulder-mounted lamp, illuminating the tunnel. After a short time, the team reaches another gate. Several large drainage pipes are visible behind the gate. Munru, look, up against the gate. Bodies. No fewer than 20 charred humanoid forms in varying stages of destruction are pushed up against the bottom of the gate. Several arms are pushed through the grate and are reaching out towards the tunnel. Nanku, these look very burnt. Where do you think they came from? Irantu, hard to say. I can't imagine they would have made it very far in this condition. Munru, there's an incinerator near here, right? Near that body pit we keep hearing about? Maybe they came from there. Oh, these must be the arms of the previous contained SCP humanoids that were terminated as per the command of the director. Right? Because he said that he burnt them. He commanded them to be burnt. These must be the SCPs that were terminated. An incinerator. Irantu says, as good a place to start as any. Let's get into those pipes there. T5 team cuts through the gate and scales the wall behind it to the largest of the 3 drainage pipes. Team continues on for a short time. En route, the temperature is rising. Irantu says, I noticed it as well. We must be getting close. Munru, we're descending right now too. This is strange. Shouldn't be a drainage pipe run out, not in? Shouldn't a drainage pipe run out, not in? Nangu, maybe it's affected by the topographical abnormalities. Irantu says likely. Onru says, Irantu, the weakest warrior. Oh my god. Oh, why? Ruuna, they're just words, Ruuna. Come on, Ruuna. Irantu, the war is weak here. I can hear echoing on the other side of it. Irantu, what's over there? Onru, hang on. A hallway, I think. Irantu, I see. Well, alright, we'll split up here. Munru, you and Nanku see where this tunnel lets out. Onru and I will go through this wall and see what's on the other side. Nanku, and if we get killed? Irantu, don't get killed. Nanku, understood. Yeah, exactly, just don't die. You know when people are like, oh, how do I survive XYZ? Just survive. It's not that hard. Words to live by, for real. It's like people die when they're killed, and you live if you keep living, right? How to survive? Just survive. Literally, yeah, it's literally words to live by. Just don't get killed. It's like, how do I win at this game? Just win. It's not that hard. Oh my gosh, once I remember I was watching my Oshi, one of my Oshis, she's a FPS, she's really good at FPS games, right? And people are like, oh, like, they're like, VTuber, how do I get, like, good at ranked, you know, in this FPS game? And she was like, yeah, you know, you see the cursor where there's, like, the, what was it, the aim scope? She's like, yeah, just put it on the head of your enemy and click the left mouse button. And if you do that enough times, you're gonna win. I mean, she was right. You just gotta shoot, just headshot your enemies, right? I think about those words every day. She's my Oshi for a reason. just win. T5 team splits up, with T5 Nanku and Munru following the drainage pipe towards the source of the heat, and T5 Irantu and Onru going through the thin wall to the hallway beyond. Irantu and Onru manage to break down the concrete wall between the drainage pipe and the hallway beyond. Within the hallway are several bare offices, barely lit by dim overhead lights. The entire area appears to have been abandoned for some time. Irantu and Onru look for an elevator or staircase access but find nothing. After a short time, Onru finds a door that opens into a control room. A large glass observation window is obscured by some large material. Many of the controls in this room have been destroyed. Onru says, "This is the control room for the incinerator, you see? It says Incinerator 1 over there, and below it says Body Pit Access below." Irantu, I've never heard of a furnace that needed its own control room. What's blocking the window here? Blast shields? Onru, no. No. Onru approaches the window. These are bodies and garbage. Refuse. Congealed and coagulated. Look, you can see their faces. Irantu, I see it. Our intel said that one of the engineers had blocked up the drainage pipes out of here. Nanko and Munro are probably going to run into that. I wonder if there's another way down from here. I thought we'd be able to go down through the incinerator. Onru, hang on. Onru proceeds to look over the controls on a relatively undamaged controller near the observation window. As she does, Nanko and Munro appear at the door. Munro says, "It's blocked. Something has turned the end of that pipe into slag. We tried to punch through it, but it's pretty thick." Nanku, I broke my hand on it, look. She holds up her hand, which is undamaged. It was broken, I mean. Sure, buddy. Irantu, quiet. Onru is looking for something. Onru, got it. Onru throws a large switch and turns on several nearby knobs. There is an immense groaning sound, and the mass in front of the window begins to spin slowly. Nanku, interesting. There is a jolt as if something has broken free, and the mass begins to spin rapidly and slowly descend. There is the distinct sound of a turbine spooling up. The team's internal temperature gauges begin to register a steady increase in heat. Munru, it's dropping. Look down there, see? The mass has cleared the window, revealing a massive cylindrical chamber on the other side, at least 300 meters in diameter and roughly 400 meters deep. At the center of... I thought I was gonna sneeze. It's gone now. Sorry. No, for you. Nothing. At the center of the chamber is a massive shaft, extending the full height of the chamber, attached to several large turbines. As the turbines spin, the matter within the chamber is turned into a slurry. Near the top of the chamber are several pilot lights. Large holes are present around the outside of the chamber. Bless you. I am blessed. Onru says, alright then. Onru throws another switch, and the pilot lights are ignited. Enormous streaks of fire cascade from the ceiling of the chamber, scorching the mass below. Additional jets of flame begin to emit from the walls of the chamber. Irantu says, "Look, down near the bottom, there's a sluice gate that looks like it's leading away from here. Over there, see? Can you get the door open?" Onru, "Yes. Got it." A large circular door opens near the bottom of the pit, above the level of the matter within. Munru, "Excellent. Though I still don't know how you think we got... Though I still don't know how you think we're going to get in there. The pipe is blocked." Nonko extends her arm and fires several rounds from a wrist-mounted projectile weapon at the glass window in front of them. The glass cracks and shatters, exposing the room around them to the heat of the chamber. Munru, "Straightforward." Nanko, "One does what one can. If there's a way, just punch or shoot your way out." It's not like you can talk diplomacy into a glass wall, right? Just pew pew bum. The team enters the incinerator and jumps down onto a ledge below, near another drainage pipe. They make their way through the vast chamber, avoiding the spinning blades and ever-descending biological slurry around them. Munru, "Something unpleasant took place here." Nanku, "Oh?" Munru, "Yes, in fact." They shoot a glance at Nanku. "All of this has to be draining somewhere, likely out below us, through one of these fissures." Irantu, "And we don't have time to find out. We'll follow this pipe down and see where it goes." The team enters the open room and descends down the drainage pipe in a short distance before it empties into a large cistern. The team enters the cistern, which is lit from above by a large glowing plant-like structure. Nanku, "Interesting. What do you think that is?" Onru, I don't know." At the sound of their voices, the glowing structure begins to quake slowly, and thousands of glowing spinning pods are released from its body. As they fall, they brightly illuminate the entire chamber. Munru, "Look, the shadows." The glowing pods create vaguely humanoid shadows on the wall of the cistern, which act in an abnormalist manner. These shadows appear to reach their hands up or forward as if towards the team. As the pods reach the slurry below, they extinguish and the shadows disappear. Irantu, "Alright, which way do we go?" Munru, "This is a drainage pipe leading away from the incinerator. The incinerator is underneath the power station, which is to the east of the compound, so far as we can tell, we need to go northwest from there, so..." Hang on. Look over there. Nanku, "At what?" Munru, "At the wall. Something was seeping through it. What was that there before?" Onru, "No." Irantu approaches the wall and says, "It's black and shiny and definitely seeping. Something is pushing through." Nanku, "What does that mean? What is it, drainage?" Munru, "Unlikely. It's probably runoff from the reactor or..." Onru, approaching the wall. No, it's blood. It's leeches." Irantu, "What?" Onru, "Look." Onru points at a spot on the wall illuminated by the shoulder-mounted lamps. At that point, a thick flow of black liquid is seeping between a crack in the wall and something small is wriggling in the crack. The team zooms in on the spot, revealing a small writhing leech pushing its way through the spot. It breaks through and falls to the ground. Now they're near the incinerator, they are underground, which means that they might be near the leech boy who was not terminated even though he was scheduled to be. Maybe it's the agitated leech boy. Nanku, it's a leech. What does that mean? Munru, "Nothing good. Yeah, leeches are never anything good. They're scary and they're gross and... Oh, I'm so traumatized. Getting chased. I've once gotten chased by like a bunch of leeches for like 10 kilometers, and it's the worst experience of my life. Everywhere you go, up, down, around, it's just leeches. Some thin as needles, some that are like thicker than my fingers. I hate leeches so much. Nothing good. Man, flamethrowers away. I know. Just honestly, maybe that's how the wildfires in Australia start. Someone sees a leech and they're like, time to burn down this whole forest. Oh my god. It is so bad. There's even like special leech repellent spray, and like salt always works the best. Like if you're going to hiking with a place with leeches, always wear things that cover up, like your pants should ideally be tucked into your socks or something so the leeches can't get into your pants. And wear shoes that go up to your ankles or something so the leeches can't get in. And also leech spray, a little what was it, what do you call them, 打火机, what do you call 打火机? Lighters help. A lighter, bring a lighter because you can like kind of burn the leech off, but you have to be careful to not hurt yourself. Or salt always works. With this though, I feel like with this scenario though, in this reading, I feel like you need to bring like, I don't know, 2 kilos of salt. Enough salt to like draw anti-demon repellent circle. That's how much salt you need. Aww. The small leech moves towards the biological slurry at the feet and begins to ingest it. Ugh. As it does, the leech slowly begins to grow in size. So gross! En route. More of them. In the wall there. Pushing through. The team looks back towards the wall, where several spouts of black liquid are beginning to pour through various cracks along its surface. Several more leeches, small leeches, are squirming through these cracks. Arantu says, Onru, what do you see? Onru, there's something below us. It's huge, covered in other people's blood. Reaching up towards us. These are like fingers. They all communicate back to the host that... Bring me a leech. Munru, what? Nanku, you're kidding! Onru, no, bring me one. They're telepathic. They're communicating that way. I need a leech. Arantu moves across the room before grabbing the leech off the ground. As he pulls it away from the liquid, it struggles and squirms, biting several large chunks out of its hand. It bites several large chunks out of his hand. Why did this guy not use a plier, like tweezers or something? Why? Don't grab suspicious things with your hands, man. Arantu. Peculiar. Pauses to look at the leech. Here. Onru. Alright, one moment. Onru extends her left hand towards the leech, which opens up to reveal a series of long, delicate, metallic rods with pointed tips. She maneuvers the rods into the flesh of the creature near the base of the brain. Onru, here. Let's see. They heard the incinerator activate. They're hungry. They're coming up here to eat. A lot of them. The host is down below us, but I can't see that far down. If I look at the neuroactivity of the entire network of entities, I can map out the areas they're in. Let me see if I can do something with that. There we go. You should have it on your retinas now. It's very interesting. Is this team like a bit abnormalis as well? Because they seem, one got chunks taken out of the hand and they're like calm, and another one has needles in the hands that allow them to access thoughts. Maybe they're not entirely human. Arantu says, clever. Nanku, so we're looking at a map. It seems too distorted to be a map. Onru, ongoing topographical changes means that despite the changes in the structure of the site, it's all still located within our local reality. It's just unstable. Munru, do we know where this thresher device is? Onru, probably something to do with this section here. If you follow a logical structural design plan based on the evidence provided in this map, there should be a whole extra wing here, but there aren't any of the leeches thrown down that way. Yes, I can see a conduit running to the area. That's where the thresher machine is. There is only silence. Irantu, what about our recovery? Onru, this area here, several corridors lead to a large research wing, but most of them have been blocked off. Every now and then, one of the ends of the network goes dark here. The survivors are in there. Irantu, what's the fastest way in from where we are at now? Onru, 1 moment. 3 paths to choose from, each with different potential hazards. The first take us further down this pipeline until we reach a waste treatment facility within the plant. This is the longest route, but from that facility it's a fairly direct shot towards the survivors. The second path drops us into another cistern below this, which leads directly to this large chamber here. The leech is in there. I can hear it right now. It's wondering why this one hasn't come back. Irantu. And the third? Onru. The third route takes us through this entire area, which is queer. I can hear the leeches as they move around the site. They're noisy, uncoordinated, acting on impulse and without much finesse. But in this area, they're all very quiet. They go in and out for something, but they do it very, very quietly. Nanku motions towards the ground at her feet. Look at this leech. It's the size of a cat already. Oh, not the cat! Oh, why does it have to be the size of a cat? Yeah. Monru, are there any other entities in there? Onru, I can't tell. The leeches follow a single path in and a single path out. They don't stray from it and they don't look around. Narantu, which is the fastest path? Onru, the last one is the fastest. We'll follow this tunnel towards the service door and follow a staircase towards the bottom. Once we're there, there's another hallway off to the left that takes us past the area or through it, and on the other side is the back entrance to our research wing. Irantu. Alright. That's the one we'll take. Then Nanku. A shame. Here I thought we'd be shooting leeches. Irantu. You'll have plenty of chances on our way out, I'm sure. We need to get these people out quickly, Onru. Does it feel to you that like the leeches are trying to get into the wing where the survivors are? Onru. Yes. There's plenty of blood in this site, but not all of it is still warm. They'll be coming for them soon. The team leaves the cistern and follows the drainage pipe west. Eventually, the team reaches a service door lit by a single flickering lamp. Munru, there's something written on this door. Blood. Nanku. Here on the wall too, look. What's it written in? Irantu. Wait. Onru says. Look. Onru amplifies the shoulder-mounted spotlight, illuminating the entire wall of the tunnel. The word blood is repeated over and over, scrolled across the surface of the wall in a thick black substance. Onru turns left, illuminating several desiccated corpses in the corner at the end of the tunnel, all of which are covered in and seeping the same fluid. Nanku. Unsettling. Irantu. Come on, don't waste time. The team enters the service door, revealing a partial staircase. The stairs above them are intact, but the stairs below have been destroyed. The walls of the stairwell are coated in cracks, through which seeps the black liquid. Monru lights a flare and drops it, and the team watches it fall. After a short time, the flare lands with a slight splash, revealing the floor below. Nanku. How large is the site? Onru. Site-13 has at least 50 underground floors and no fewer than 80 individual wings. Considering what we know about Site-13, it's likely that there are at least twice as many of each, if not more. The Euclid-class containment cells alone are as large as the entirety of Site-81. Munru. Which means there could be worse things down there nobody has seen yet. Irantu. It's almost a certainty. Irantu leaps from the landing and lands near the flare, his implants absorbing the majority of the impact. The rest of the team follows suit. At the bottom of the stairwell is another door into a hallway and the team enters it. Irantu. Where to now? Onru. About 200 meters down this hallway on the right. There's several security doors, but I think they're they've all been disabled. Through there is, I think it's a data storage center. It's big and lined with vents that lead to the cooling towers at the surface. Munru, where do the leeches start acting strange? Onru, in there. Munru, wonderful. The team moves down the hallway, Nanku at point, flanked by Onru and Manru, and Aranto watches the rear. As they pass, they check each door to see if they're locked. Most doors lead to network maintenance areas, though notably one door leads to the telecommunications room previously visited by the AP3 team. One screen on the far wall appears to have been busted from inside out. From inside out. Something must have busted through. Nanku, look here, this is the door to the server area. Monru, what's that door there? Arantu, it's marked as stairs to cryonics. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably goes up to the next levels, as it's seated right on top of this room. Acts as insulation for the data center. Monru, can we go through it? Arantu, which way is faster, Onru? Onru, the only way I can see is through the server room. There weren't any leeches up there. That is very strange. There are certainly plenty of access points to that room. Very strange. Arantu, through the server room then? Come on! The team enters through the door of the server room. They pass through several more security doors, all of which are unlocked. As they do so, the external temperature drops severely and stays steady at roughly -20 degrees Celsius. Arantu motions for the team to activate the internal heating coils, protecting the internal organs from damage due to exposure. As the team proceed down the hallways into the server room, T5 Nanku's scramble optical implants begin to activate, signaling that an abnormalis meme meme! An abnormalis meme is being filtered out. However, T5 Nanku had previously disabled the visual cue for the warning on her optical overlay, instead relying on the audio cue that accompanied the implant. The audio warning did not trigger at all. It is not until the team enters the primary server that T5 Onru realizes that no sound is audible at all, regardless of the source. Thinking at first it might be her auditory implant, Onru removes the implant and restarts it. But after establishing that it is functioning properly, she attempts to communicate this with Irantu. Irantu motions for the team to hold and attempt to discern the source of the abnormalis influence. As they do so, each other team member receives the warning that the scramble filters are being triggered. Onru motions toward the door they entered through, but Irantu motions toward the back of the server area, towards the research wing. It is during this silent communication that Nanku first notices movement across the large room. Motioning for teammates to stay still, each team member begins to hear a quite whining sound, which grows slowly in intensity. As they huddle up, Munro notices writing on one of the server racks, written in black liquid, that says, "Silence, then don't look." He motions towards the racks and the team acknowledges it. Irantu motions for the team to move toward the far wall, and they slowly proceed between the server racks towards the back exit. Suddenly, Onru catches a momentary glimpse of a large entity across the room, and stops the teammates from advancing. She looks around the corner and sees the entity again as it comes back into view. This entity is a massive multi-limbed figure. The primary structure of the entity is a floating, cross-legged humanoid construct with 6 legs, 18 arms, and 36 forearms attached to 72 hands. Each limb moves independently, gesturing and posing in constant, sudden, jerking movements. The entity does not have a head, but instead has a large, flat, circular structure attached to its upper chest that is covered in a large number of symbols and glyphs, which glow with bright white light against the entity's dark, grey-brown skin. On each of the entity's arms are a gold band attached to a chain, which drags the ground when not being pulled around in one of the entity's gestures. The gold bands are etched with glyphs later identified as being powerful anti-kinetico hazard, anti-kinetic anti-kineto hazards. As powerful anti-kineto hazards. Though the chains are broken and the anti-kineto hazards are inactive, most notably, a single severely emancipated, severely charged human figure is bound to the flat circular structure of the entity's head. This figure twists against its restraints and appears to be screaming, likely the whining sound heard through the entity's muting kineto hazard. As the entity performs its gestures, the glyphs on its head illuminate rapidly, often causing burns where the human skin comes in contact with them, creating further distress and increasing the volume of the whining. Onru also notices that some aspects of the entity is creating a severe malfunction in her optical implants, singeing the circuits responsible for handling the scramble calculations. She looks away, ejecting the implant before they damage her retinas, and motions to the rest of the Tau 5 team to not look at the entity directly. The team acknowledges, and they move forward. Suddenly, the whining becomes dramatically louder, and begins to draw closer to the team. Munru drops a proximity mine from his pack, and then another a short distance away. As they flee away from the entity, streaks of blue electricity begin to arc between the server racks, and the ground beneath them begin to shift as if it was made of sand. As Nanku threatens to fall into the sand, there is a muffled wave of pressure behind them, as the first proximity mine detonates, and the ground solidifies. The team turns the corner, and the back entrance to the room comes into view. From above them, they can see a hole in the ceiling exposed to the cryonetic laboratory, and briefly a complicated containment cell is visible, though it is thoroughly destroyed. The team moves swiftly forward towards the door, as white hot glyphs begin to appear on the ground beneath them and the air around them. The team manages to duck and weave through the symbols, but T5 Nanku catches her left arm on glyph in the air and it bursts into flames. Irantu, having seen this from his position behind Nanku, fires his weapon at her shoulder, removing the arm. It falls to the ground and explodes into a cinder. Munru reaches the door first and throws it open, and Onru follows immediately afterwards. Nanku stumbles through, collapsing on the other side, and Irantu comes up last. Just before closing the door, Irantu turns to look at the entity closing in behind them, which at this point was a barely visible blur of gestures, fiery glyphs, and an inhuman whine. As the door swings closed, Irantu zooms in on the humanoid figure strapped to the entity's head, enough to see the word Emerson seared into this figure, as if from a melted patch of fabric. Irantu slams the door closed and immediately ejects his optical implants. The team rushes down the corridor away from the security door, and slowly the sound of the footsteps can be heard around them. They reach a large open space in between several hallways and stop to catch their breath. Now, is Emerson, the person on the monster's plate, the director Emerson with the unethical staff who only wants to climb up the ladder, is that the same Emerson? It must be, right? Am I misremembering? I think it's the same Emerson. Munru, I don't believe I know how to respond to whatever that was. What was that? Amanzu, I have no idea. I've never seen anything like it. Onru, there was a human strapped to its head. Did you see that? Nanku, I did. I think it was shouting. She pauses and looks at the stump of her arm. I'll likely miss that arm later. Irantu, you'll be alright. Just be careful. You just lost your arm, just be careful. You'll be fine. You'll be right. You'll be right. Nanku scoffs and says, like I needed it anyway. I've got another. Besides, she swings her shoulder-mounted flamethrower to her left shoulder and detaches it so it hangs below where her missing arm should be. What was I really gonna use that arm for anyway? Arantu. Noted. Everybody alright? Munru. No worse for wear. Nanku, I'm fine. Onru says, I'm alright too. We're here, look. The team turns to see the hallway to the immediate east, which has been barricaded and filled with a substantial amount of explosives and incendiary equipment. Arantu. Good. He approaches the barricade. Hello, this is Tau 5 Arantu. Is anyone there? We're here to get you out. Hello? There is silence. T5 Munru says, maybe we're too late. Arantu, we're not too late. Hello? Is anyone there? Can you... There's a shuffling sound, and a large wooden crate is moved slightly. A dark face can be seen in the space between the crate and the wall. Munru laughs. Arantu, Captain! New connection to local transmission network. Zeta-9 Mole Rats, Captain Hollis. Z9 Hollis. Oh boy, the goddamn Power Rangers. They told me about you. Hollis pauses to survey the team. You look like you've been hit by a train. Munru. Something like that. Hollis nods. Well, come on then. We don't have much time left. The team moves towards the opening in the crates, and as Munru and Nanko pass through, Onru pauses. Arantu notices this and turns to look. Onru, Arantu, look. Leeches. Black cracks have begun to form on the wall of the atrium behind them, and wriggling black leeches start to fall out of them. Accompanied by a thick black fluid. Arantu pauses and says, Ah. The next addendum is Addendum 1730.9. It is extraction log transcripts. So I'm assuming at this point we have found the survivors. And now we're going to go further into the procedure of the extraction in 1730/recovery/extlog1.log. It is a extraction video log transcript on a redacted date. The recovery team is Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara. The exploration team is Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Wardens. Mobile Task Force Z9 Mole Rats. Subject is SCP-1730. The team lead is T5 Arantu, Z9 Hollis, and AP3 Ross. Team members are T5 Munru, Onru, Nanku, AP3 Houston, Vigo, Ohalo, Z9 Moros, and Willows. Note: the following is an audio/video transcript of an extraction and the recovery mission carried out by the members of Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara after having made contact with surviving members of MTF Apollo 3 and MTF Zeta-9. Aside from the members of the Mobile Task Forces, the team was tasked with recovering the 27 surviving members of Site-13 staff, including Dr. Mohammed Scott, a Site-13 assistant, director of the Temporal Studies. Several of these individuals have sustained significant injuries, further increasing the difficulty of extraction efforts. Members of Mobile Task Force Alpha 20 Holy Divers were stationed above ground and were prepared to move in to aid in extraction efforts once the recovery team had escaped to the lower levels of the site. Let me take a sip of water. Begin log. T5 Arantu. Mic's on. AP3 Vigo. Are we really worried about recording all of this? AP3 Ross says, Hey Vigo, shut the fuck up. Do as he says. Z9 Hollis. Your lead, Power Ranger. T5 Arantu. Thank you. Onru has prepared an evacuation plan. I'll let her explain it. Onru. Our travel paths from this position are compromised by the entity in the data center and the creature in the atrium. After speaking with Dr. Scott and his team, we have devised a route that leads us far away from the current major threats as possible. Unfortunately, our information on all threats is incomplete, and even Dr. Scott was not privy to information on all contained entities within the site. As such, we should still proceed with extreme caution. This is likely already well understood. AP3 Houston says, yeah, just a bit. 9 Willow says, alright, so what's the route we're taking? Onru. Onru produces a topographical map. Our entry routes are here and here. The largest obstacles we're experiencing currently are the spatial instabilities within the lower levels of this site. On the suggestion of Dr. Scott and Captain Hollis, our route will first travel to this section of the facility, where the treasure device is contained. This device is the cause of the instabilities, and while it is not possible to completely disable the device without risking our own lives or the lives of the above-ground personnel, we should be able to reduce power to the device long enough for us to create a stable path to the surface, following this route here. Z9 Hollis. I got lost once shortly after our insertion and ended up in that room. I was attacked by a number of creatures that were difficult to perceive, likely due to some latent anti-mimetic effects. Likely due to some latent anti-mimetic effects. I was able to escape them, but they're no doubt still in there. The machine draws a frankly impossible amount of energy from some energy source elsewhere in the site, and those creatures I saw feed off of it. So the style. AP3 Vigo says, "Why don't we send a team ahead to disable the machine and then meet up with them before heading up?" Irantu says, "We will not have enough time, and the probability of our success drops dramatically if we split up our teams." Don't split up in horror, like the worst idea. Don't split up. Once the device is powered down, it is likely that we'll have less than an hour to make our escape before it trips its failsafes and powers back up again. We will just have to make our push from there, hoping that it buys us enough time. AP3 Vigo. Alright, cool. Arantu says, "Your assignments are as follows. Tau 5 will take point, Apollo 3 will take right and left flanks, and Zeta 9 will take up the rear. The healthier survivors will stay near the back, and those with more serious injuries will be near the front near Tau 5. In the event that we are flanked or assaulted, follow typical multi-force defensive assignments, while allowing Tau 5 to intercept the higher threats." T5 Munro says, "Maintain clear lines of communication. Tau 5 and the task force captains have channel priority. Keep chatter to a minimum. You will all have plenty of time to speak once we reach the surface." Z9 Holly says, "Our priority is now extracting these people and staying alive. Unless you're in Samsara, in which case I guess you guys are free to do whatever you want. For the rest of us mortals, it doesn't help us to let the Power Rangers get mulched, since we're likely shit out of luck if they go belly up." Arantu. Agreed. Does everyone understand our mission? All task force members are in agreement. Arantu. Acceptable. I will take point. We need to move quickly. Gather your things, prepare the civilians, and we will leave shortly. Team breaks into assemble in their formation. Civilian survivors are briefed on the mission plan and positioned in the middle of the block. Willow. Z9 Willow. Captain, at the main door. The leech is coming under the door. Hollis. Shit, Irantu, we need to roll. Arantu. Agreed. Let's move out. Munru Nankru collapse the main door. We will exit expediently out the side. Nanku. Gladly. The block moves out of a side door towards the side hallway. T5 Nanko and Munru hang back to set explosive charges around the door frame. Leeches are beginning to work their way under the door frame and through the cracks in the wall. As they step away from the door, Nanku opens a flamethrower on the leeches. You're right, Sino! That we have a flamethrower! We're using the flamethrower on the leeches! Oh my god. Flamethrower is the way! Munru. Pyromania! Yeah! Let's go! Fire! 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 Munru. I cannot say that you're making a difference, Nanku. There are likely many more leeches elsewhere. Nanku. This is very satisfying to me. And Nanku continues to burn leeches coming through the walls. It is delicious! Pyromania! Munro and Nanku move quickly to join the rest of the group, which has begun moving down the side hallway. As they pass through the first door, there is an explosion, and the building around them shakes. From beneath the group, a loud, uncanny screaming sound is heard. AP3 Ross says, "Think they know we're moving?" Arantu. Undoubtedly. The group continues down a series of hallways towards a stairwell, stopping occasionally to check for hostile entities. After a short time, T5 Munru calls out a halt. Munru says, "My optics are pinging." Strange. Move everyone back, I will scout ahead. T5 Munru comes around the corner of the hallway, weapons drawn. His scrambled optical implant highlights a dangerous meme on the wall. That's a D's nuts joke. Highlights a dangerous meme on the wall. At the far end of the hallway, a vaguely humanoid entity, the same entity as seen during a previous remote drone exploration of SCP-1730, is seen drawing on the wall with a large, long curved finger. Munru projects an image of the entity to Nanku, who rounds a corner behind Munru. And we are talking about this guy. This humanoid to the top left corner of a previously extracted video by a drone surveillance. This guy. Munru says, "Hold." Suddenly, the entity turns toward Munru and Nanku and opens a single white eye, which is immediately processed and blocked by the scramble units. The entity begins to move very quickly down the hallway, charging dramatically as it moves. The entity becomes considerably larger, and its long robe flares out to either side, exposing additional hazards that are blocked by the scramble units. Munru and Nanku raise their weapons and fire. The creature reels backwards as it is struck by bullets, with large holes opening across its flesh. Munru reloads, loading incendiary rounds, and fires again, setting the creature on fire. As it staggers backward, the entity begins to scratch madly against the wall to the right, seemingly attempting to dig through the wall away from the gunfire. Nanku takes one more shot, striking the entity in its eye and causing it to collapse onto the ground. Irantu, is everything alright? Munru, it appears so. Suddenly, the hallway shakes violently. The floor beneath the collapsed humanoid entity crumbles and falls away, revealing a large hole beneath the floor. Within the hole is a long, slick, black creature covering blood-red eyes, with a mouth full of many rows of long, sharp teeth. As it bursts through the floor, a cascade of small leeches are propelled into the hallway. The humanoid entity slips through the destroyed floor and falls into the mouth of the large creature, which lets out a loud scream as it devours the entity. Long, wet appendages snake into the hallway as Nanku and Munru begin to retreat. Nanku opens the flamethrower again, warding off the smaller leeches. You know, if not for the fact that leeches would. Would, right? But leeches? No. Z9 Hollis asked, "What's going on?" Nanku, "We will need to find a different route quickly." Irantu, "Follow me." The group move past the collapsed hallway as Munru and Nanku provide cover fire. They pass literally cover fire. They pass through a custodial dormitory and exit into a maintenance area behind it. Onru, "Over there. We can take this path towards the machine." Munru, "We're right behind you, but I am beginning to think this creature is far larger than we anticipated." There is more gunfire in the transcript. Irantu says, "Onru, take point. We'll move now." The team moves down the long maintenance hallway. The hallway curves to the left, opening out into a large space full of loading equipment and machines. Several large loading docks are visible in the back of the room, though each name's collapsed and destroyed. Z9 Holler says, "Irantu, the walls in here are seeping. We can't stay here long." Irantu, "One moment, Munru. Nanku, how far back are you?" There is silence. Munru, Nanku, please report. T5 Munru, "Irantu, Nanku is damaged. We're not going to be able to..." There's gunfire. "We're not going to be able to rendezvous with you immediately. Onru, do keep us updated on your position, and I will let you know when we can regroup." Irantu, "Understood." The group moves to the far end of the maintenance warehouse, exiting through a pair of doors leading into a large staff break room. Black fluid seeps through the walls. The group has to stop briefly to bandage up a survivor whose wound had begun to bleed again. A loud screeching sound is heard nearby, and the group begins to move again. They enter into another hallway leading in the direction of the thresher wing. As they move toward the hall, Onru hears a distinct sound. Irantu, wings. Irantu says, "How many?" Onru, "Many. More than I can count. They're very small, but there is a great multitude of them." Z9 Hollis says, "Got anything useful, Power Girl?" Onru says. A tinkling sound like crystal on crystal. AP3 Ross. Fuck. Crystal butterflies. It has to be that. We'll get shredded. Irantu. Unlikely. The group moved towards the sound, which continues to grow louder until it becomes a cacophonous sound that seems to be right above them. AP3 Houston says, God, where is that coming from? AP3 Ross. Steady now, Onru says, Irantu, the vent. In front of them, a grate on the ceiling vent falls to the floor and a grate on the ceiling vent falls to the floor and a cloud of sparkling crystal butterflies begin to fill the hallway. Irantu sees the butterflies and turns back to the group. Irantu says, Everybody down, please. As the group drops to the ground, Irantu runs towards a cloud of butterflies. He disappears briefly. After a short moment, there is a burst of flame that arcs upwards into the vent, and the sound of shattering crystals can be heard above them. As the smoke clears, Irantu becomes visible again. The majority of his flesh has been shredded by the wings of the butterflies, and his entire body is scorched. Significant amounts of flesh hang loose from his body. The skin on his back is blackened and blistered, and a thick metal implement is now visible through the scorched flesh. Onru stands and approaches him. Onru says, Are you able to continue? Irantu, Of course. AP3 Houston says, Jesus fucking Christ, man, are you alright? Irantu says, Yes, why wouldn't I be? yeah, I'm just, my flesh is melting off, but I'll be right. I'll be right. The group moved towards another hall seeping with black liquid, and then another, but the third hallway is clean and relatively untouched. They ascend a short staircase before coming to a stop, before a thick vault door. Z9 Hollis. The machine is behind this door. It came out this way, but the door sealed behind me. I don't know how to unlock it. Irantu says, Dr. Scott, do you know how to open this door? Dr. Muhammad Scott. His voice is audible through Z9 Hollis' mic. No, I never had access to this chamber. Onru says, I was hoping Ruuna would be here. I do not think I can open this door. Suddenly, there is a resounding click, and the door in front of them slowly opens. A monitor next to the door illuminates, and a dark room is visible on it. In the back of the room, hitting the shadows, an indistinct humanoid entity waves. A harsh, electronic static sound, vaguely reminiscent of laughter, can be heard through an unseen loudspeaker. It's Bubble the Clown again! Here he's called Unidentified Figure. You're welcome! oh. And following his voice is as if in pain. Tanny, oh Tanny, it's been so long down here with us. It's so long and sharp, Tanny. Why did you make me hurt? Oh. The voice fades as the screen is covered in static. The screen then powers off. AP3 Ross says, That's a pretty fucked up clown. Irantu, come on, hurry. The group enters the chamber beyond. The room is very dark, with a multitude of dim green lights visible on the wall of the room. Based on the luminescence of the lights and the apparent distance of them from each other, the room appears to be several hundred meters in diameter. Near the back of the room, a tower of circling green lights is visible. Z9 Hollis says, Hey Power Rangers, can you see anything in there? You have dark vision or something, yeah? My visor is shot. Irantu, Honor and I were forced to eject our implants after they were damaged by a powerful memetic entity. AP3 Ross says, My visor works. Hang on. Alright, so there's some kind of machine near the back of the room under those lights. I can't really make any of it out from here, but it's there. I don't see... Oh shit, yeah I do. On the ceiling there are... There are a lot of those things. Z9 Hollis. What are they? Here, AP3 Ross whispering. I honestly don't know. I can't make them out. They're definitely fucking with perception. I don't think they've seen us. Seriously though, there might be 500 of these things. Arantu says, that would be more than Onru and myself can deal with. We need to make a decision. Either attempt to disable the machine without attracting their attention, or find a way to dispatch the creatures. I am, of course, willing to accept ideas. AP3 Vigo. I mean, we can blow them up. Houston has explosives. That's a lot of them to try and get all at once, though. Z9 Moros says, hang on, they're feeding on the power from this thing, aren't they? Why don't we try to get that machine to draw lots of power to some unnecessary systems first, then shock them? Like flexing when a mosquito bites you. Huh? Flex when a mosquito bites you? Does that work? Like you flex them out of your arm or your leg? You flex your way out? Onru says, maybe, but it is more likely that. Suddenly, there is a massive disturbance beneath the chamber. To the left of the group, roughly 100 meters away, there is an explosion and the wall falls away. From within the wall emerges a long, thick black appendage covered in red eyes. The eyes open simultaneously. AP3 Houston. Fuck. There is a screeching sound, and from above, the many hundreds of short, imperceptible entities fall from the ceiling. The black entity in the wall begins to lash out at the smaller entities, attempting to pull them toward a mouth that has appeared in its front. The creature fly towards the larger creature and begin to tear at it with claws, though many are shoveled into the open mouth of the creature. Arantu. Huh. That works as well. Onru, get to the machine. The rest of you, get back to the hallway. We do not have much time. The group retreats into the hallway outside of the large room, and Onru sprints across the chambers as more and more of the smaller entities fall from the ceiling and attack the black creature. Several of them begin to move toward Onru, only to be dispatched by weapon fire from Irantu. As she reaches the manual control panel of the machine, Onru inputs the information provided to her by members of Dr. Scott's team. Lights around the room illuminate, exposing an enormous, vastly complicated machine that encompasses the entire back wall of the room. More and more of the hostile entities peel off towards Onru, who pauses to open fire on those who come too close. From beneath, there is another disturbance, and the floor in the middle of the room falls away. Another long black entity emerges from the hole in the floor, and long tendrils snake out toward Onru. From behind Irantu comes gunfire, and the entire AP3 team has emerged from the door and begun firing at the entity. The creature recoils, black liquid spilling from gunshot wounds. The tendrils whip around toward them, gripping AP3 Vigo and tossing him into the air. He strikes a wall, and his body falls to the ground, where the first black entity grabs it with a tendril and pulls it into the mouth. Suddenly, a small black leech begins to pour from the hole. Suddenly, small black leeches begin to pour from the hole in the floor and move quickly toward Irantu. Houston and Hollow open fire on the leeches, and Ross moves to pull Irantu away from the hole. As he does, he tosses an incendiary grenade. Oh my! He tosses an incendiary grenade into the hole and pulls Irantu to the ground. There is an explosion, and flames erupt from around the black entity, which rears back and flails before collapsing into the hole. From deep below them, the group can hear a very loud screaming sound, and suddenly the entire room is shaking. The other black entity retracts into its hole, collapsing the wall behind it as it does. The remaining creatures from the ceilings are dispatched by the AP3 and Z9 teams. As they do, and as the room begins to shake more violently, several lights affixed to the machine in the back begin to flash, then dim, and the sound of something winding down is heard over the gunfire. AP3 Ross. Fuck! God damn it, Vigo! Fuck! T5 Onru approaches from across the room, and says, the loss of Vigo is disappointing. I am sorry. We do not have a substantial amount of time to grieve. We must keep moving. Onru, Ross, Houston, Ohalo, and Irantu leave from the chamber. More rumbling is felt beneath them, and the occasional loud screeching sound punctuates the machine noise from this section of the facility. They reach a stairwell, and Houston throws the door open. Houston. Whoa, fuck, what? Irantu, what's the matter? Houston says, "There's nothing here." The door just opens up into nothing. It's just dark as far down as I can see. Onru, it is likely that disabling the Thresher device has altered our previous escape route. We will need to devise another path to the surface. Arantu, yes, one moment. Munru, where are you? T5 Munru replies, "Difficult to say. Unfortunately. Have you found down the machine?" Arantu, "We just did." Munru, "Fine timing then. We were being pursued by a creature, then suddenly there was a wall where the creature had been. The local topography appears to have reset itself." Arantu, "Stay in one place. We'll come to find you. Our escape begins now." Munru, "Fantastic." The main room leaves the empty stairwell and turns back down the hallway they came through, passing by the Thresher access hallway again. They turn and begin to climb another staircase. As they reach the top, Arantu pauses. The hallway in front of them is covered in ankle high in water. As they begin to move slowly through the water, one of the researchers behind them screams. Arantu says, "What is it?" Researcher, "Bodies, look." Just below the surface of the water, pale human corpses are visible, appearing to be floating roughly half a meter down. T5 Onru, "Do not attempt to look at them. You do not recognize them. Move quickly, come on." The team hurries from the hallway toward another set of doors at the end, where written on the wall are the words, "What happened to Site-13?" with the word "what" covered by the word Emerson, and the words "Have we become blasphemous?" beneath that. The group proceeds without incident for a short while longer, slowly ascending as safe routes become available. After roughly 8 minutes of travel, the group enters a large mechanical garage, where several pieces of large machinery sit in various states of disrepair. They pause to secure one of the injured survivors, while Onru attempts to devise a new route. Suddenly, a loud banging sound is heard, and a piece of machinery flies across the room, narrowly missing AP3 Ross, who shouts, "Fuck! Where did that come from?" In the corner of the room, a stack of mechanical parts is seen moving, rising and self-assembling into a quasi-humanoid entity. Attached to the top of the large mechanical construct is a small, crudely constructed toy robot. The entity begins to move toward them, and a voice is heard from an unknown source within the entity. The mechanical entity laughs deeply. "I am reborn to breathe devastation upon this fetid earth, pitiful humans. You will feel the dark skin of my dark skin. Dark sting. You will feel the dark sting of my never-ending torment." The small robot on the top of the construct is seen waving its arms wildly. Starting to turn into a comedy all of a sudden. Arantu says, "This is annoying. Onru, get the people out. Ross, to me." Mechanical entity says, "I am the herald of your destruction. Embrace the death." T5 Arantu, AP3 Ross, Houston, and Ohalo open fire on the entity to little effect. The entity lifts another large piece of equipment and throws it towards the group, missing them widely. He's a stormtrooper. Ohalo throws a fragmentary grenade at the entity, which it catches in one of its outstretched hands and grips tightly. The grenade explodes, shattering the creature's hand and causing it to stagger sideways. "How dare you! I will tread upon you like..." T5 Onru is seen sprinting toward the entity. As she approaches it, she leaps into the air, sailing over the top of it in a tall arc. As she reaches the top of the arc, she reaches out and grabs the small toy robot on top of the construct, causing it to collapse. As she flips toward the ground, she tosses the robot toward the wall. The robot says, "No! I am the Harbinger, I am..." The toy robot strikes the wall and is shattered. Munru, "Arantu, is that you? We just heard something crashing." Arantu, "You must be near. Stay where you are. We are en route." The group moves out of the garage and toward a larger atrium section. From around the corner comes T5 Munru and Nanku. Munru appears to have sustained burns in his lower body but is otherwise undamaged. Nunku is missing the lower half of her jaw and black fluid covers the front of her bodysuit. She waves her remaining hand as the group approaches. Onru says, "You look well." Munru, admittedly, morale has increased in the group since Nunku found herself unable to talk. T5 Nunku points at Munru with a flamethrower, seemingly forgetting she's missing an arm on that side. Realizing this, she makes an obscene gesture toward Munru with her remaining hand. Z9 Hollis, this is a cute reunion, but let's get back to this shit. How far are we from the entrance? Munru says, this is a main atrium. If we follow this hallway here, it will lead towards a processing station, and past that we should find the access points to the surface. Hollis, exceptional! Let's get the lead out then. From below them, there's a very large crashing sound and more screaming. The floor beneath the group begins to buckle. Z9 Hollis, fuck! Run! The group flees towards the hallway Munro had identified, but are stopped when the floor there also collapses. A plume of smoke erupts from the destroyed floor, and one researcher slips onto the collapsing ground and slides into it. T5 Onru leads the group away from the atrium as the floor there completely collapses. Irantu turns and looks down at the inside. Irantu stops to turn and looks down inside the hall. Beneath the hall is an incredibly large chamber, appearing to have been dug through dozens of layers of subterranean floors. Within the chamber are many small lights around the outside, and at the bottom is a massive black mass, with several other black masses extending from it. As he pulls away, Irantu sees red eyes open across the entire mass of creatures, and hears more screaming. The group flees down a side hallway, but are pursued by long black tendrils snaking out of the hall. AP3 Ross and Houston open fire on the tendrils, holding them momentarily, but they are quickly replaced by more. Z9 Morris is seen slipping on a patch of black fluid and falling, before being consumed by the ends of one of the tendrils. There are sounds of metal crashing and rock and concrete being crushed as the structure around them heaves violently. Black leeches begin to pour out of the walls around them, and Nunku opens a flamethrower at them. They round a corner to find a dead end, and turning back are confronted with another black tendril that has burst through a hole in the wall. AP3 Hello. Holy fuck, we're trapped. This is it. Irantu. Onru, we need a way out. Onru, I am having difficulty. There are sounds of gunfire. Z9 Hollis. Wait, I have an idea. I think I know where we are. I have an idea. Come on. You fuckers, we're not dying here. The group follows Hollis towards the descending stairwell and move quickly down it. Hollis tosses an incendiary grenade towards the encroaching tendrils and slams the door shut behind her as it explodes. The screams below them intensify as they descend, and the stairwell begin to shake, holding the stairwell open, and more leeches begin to pour out of them. All task force members open fire as long tendrils snake through the holes as well. Upon reaching a landing, Hollis motions the group in the Hollis motions the group in the door. She's like, get in. Z9 Hollis says, in here, go. The group enters a hallway and sprints towards the other end. As they do, they pass a sign on the wall that reads Stairs to Cryonics. Munru notices this as they pass. Munru says, Captain Hollis, what are you doing? Z9 Hollis, you're going to have to trust me here, Blue Ranger. I've been doing this a long time. Munru, okay, I think this would work. The group exits the hallway into a large observation section, passing many large windows with blast protectors down across them. The team stops in front of one window overlooking a massive chamber lined with huge steel doors. Overhead are the walls Olympia-class testing observation. Irantu. Hollis, what do you have in mind? Hollis. Call it a hunch. We need to go downstairs. Come on. The group runs down toward a stairwell at the end of the room and quickly descend to the main level of this wing. As they exit onto the floor of the Olympia-class containment chamber, the wall behind them begins to buckle and leeches begin to pour out of it. Hollis. Pink Ranger, the panel over there. You need to get that door open. Onru. What? Hollis. I said open the goddamn door. Hurry. What are you waiting for? Go. T5 Onru rushes towards a control panel near one of the tall steel doors. The wall behind them continues to buckle. Hollis. Munru, that one. Get that one open too. Munru. Yes. Absolutely. T5 Munru attempts to access the door controls. Hollis turns toward the group. Everyone else. Listen to me. You civilians need to get to the far end of this room as far as it goes. Just keep running. There's an access point to the power station above this part of the facility. You need to just keep climbing until we get there. Once you're there, you need to blow a wall and that will get you out. But you need to hurry. Shit is about to pop up in a pretty major way down here. Ross, you and your boys just fire at anything that comes out that wall. I'll tell you when we can go. Arantu, you stay with me. This is going to be pretty messy. Arantu, understood. Hollis, alright. Go, come on! The group flees down the main pathway through the chamber, away from the buckling wall. Behind them, the wall finally gives way, and a gargantuan, black, slick entity pours into the chamber. It is at least 200 meters in height, covered in black tendrils and dark red eyes. When it sees the group, it opens a massive mouth full of rows of long, yellow teeth. In the center of the mouth, a naked human woman is visibly conjoined in some way to a sort of prehensile tongue with the creature. As it opens its mouth, it lets out a piercing scream and begins to move towards the group. Every available task force member opens fire on the creature, emptying the remaining magazines and throwing every possible incendiary weapon towards it. The creature is deterred slightly, but for every place it is pierced by weapon fire, black fluid and more black leeches begin to pour from its body. Several long tendrils begin to snake towards the group of task force members. Onru. I have it! Captain Hollis! Hollis. Come on then, girl! Throw the fucking thing! T5 Onru steps away from the control panel and runs back towards the group in the middle of the chamber, as a loud groaning is heard from behind her. The rest of the team sees the huge metal door begin to slide open. A thick cloud of ice-cold fog rolls out of the chamber, obscuring the interior from view. Ross. What's in there? Hollis. Munru, you got yours? Munru replies. Hang on. Yeah, I think that will do. Suddenly, the door behind Munru begins to glow bright red, then white. Then in the center of it buckles and the door collapses. As Munru hurries away, a colossal, motionless, flaming humanoid entity flows out of the chamber. In its unmoving hands is a huge sword. As it exits the collapsed hallway, enormous flaming wings unfurl from its back. The black creature screams and its tendrils begin to lash out at this creature. As the tendrils come close, long streaks of fire erupt from the sword toward them, rupturing them and sending black fluid and scorching leeches flying across the room. The massive black creature screams and dozens of other tendrils fly toward the flaming humanoid. As the two engage, there is another sound, like a long whining. And then, suddenly, the room is quiet. From within the cold, foggy room, a towering, vaguely servine creature steps out into the main chamber. It is composed of a body covered in light green and cream-colored hair, a long thin neck ending in a hairless, somewhat humanoid face, and a vast, intertwined white and black antlers that pulse with streaks of blue light. Floating above its head are 9 concentric rings of glowing, rotating crystals and metallic spheres. The creature slowly steps out of the containment cell and turns to look at the team on the ground below. It opens its mouth and a long droning sound is heard through the room. Around its body, several large metallic cylindrical structures appear followed by a distinct cracking sound. It begins to step toward the team with task force members, but is struck from behind by 3 black tendrils that wrap around its neck. The creature lets out another drone, and suddenly the sound returns to the chamber as long streaks of fire arc across the space. The cylindrical constructs turn lengthwise and speed across the room towards the black creature, striking it in its central mass. From all around the servine entity, more and more metallic spheres appear and fly toward both the black creature and the flaming humanoid, which in turn begins to attack each other. Hollis. Fucking yes! Go get them, big guy! And then says to the team, Time to go, kids! Let's go! The team begins to sprint after the group of civilians toward the far wall as jets of fire strike the ground around them. P5 Nanku catches the end of a dismembered black tendril in her shoulder, throwing off her balance. She falls to the ground, firing openly with a weapon as she is engulfed in fire. AP-3 Houston briefly turned towards her, but is grabbed by Irantu. We don't have time. No! Nanker is gone, Zeus. As they near the group of survivors, all of whom are huddled near an exit door at the end of the chamber, there is a crashing sound, and they turn to see the Servine entity standing up from where it had been thrown across the room. The black creature whips at it as more metallic spheres appear and arc back towards it. There is an eruption of fire as the flaming humanoid is struck by another several tendrils, which try to pull the humanoid toward the mouth of the entity. The team reaches the survivors and quickly exits through the door. The group begins to quickly ascend the staircase within. Z9 Hollis. Alright, like I said, up! We need to go up! Over! A long, thin, metallic cylinder crashes through the wall of the stairwell, narrowly missing one of the researchers and Dr. Scott. A second cylinder comes through the wall, striking Irantu and obliterating him as it contacts the wall behind him. As the group continues to ascend, fire fills the staircase below them, and another long, loud, droning sound can be heard, followed by silence, and then followed by thick, bursting sounds that shakes the entire facility. The group reaches a landing and begins to move towards another staircase at the end of the hallway. Z9 Hollis hangs behind. Munru. What are you doing? Hollis. Giving you some more time and something else, I think. Get these people out of here. Go! Munru. You can stay behind, Hollis. Your life is finite. Hollis. Yeah, I get the spiel, Power Ranger, but right now, you need to get these people out of here. Let me do my thing, alright? I'll catch up with you later. Munru. I understand. Good looking out, Hollis. Hollis. You almost sounded like a person there for a second, Munru. Z9 Hollis runs away from the group. T5 Munru catches up with the rest of the group, who reaches another staircase and begin to ascend. For the next 10 minutes, the group continues to ascend through the facility, several times, narrowly avoiding debris and falling rubble as the lower levels of the site begin to collapse. The sounds of the entities below continue to be heard, and several times the creatures become visible through the large gaps in the walls or floors. At one point, AP3 Ross catches sight of unmoving, flaming humanoids, nearly completely covered in metal, as long streaks of fire burst through open seams at its encasement. Shortly after, there is a 2-minute break in all video footage, followed by a shot of the head of the Servine creature smashing through a wall in front of the group. As they turn to run away from it, the head turns towards them, and 2 researchers are instantly transmuted into hexagonal columns of an unknown yellow-green material. After a short time, AP Ross picks up a signal from Site Command. Site Command! Site Command says, Team Lead, this is Site Command, can you read us? AP Ross, holy fuck, yeah, I do. Do you hear me? Site Command, we do. You have appeared on our geolocating systems, Ross. You're not far from the exit. Where is Captain Hollis and Irantu? Ross, Irantu is dead. Hollis, she ran off a while back. We haven't seen her since then. Site Command, what about the rest? Ross, we've suffered some casualties, There are sounds of gunfire. Fuck! We lost a few of the civilians, and Vigo and a few others. It's really bad in here right now, Command. We're going to need all the help we can get. Munru? Where's Onru? T5 Munru. She was behind us. Where is she? Site Command. Don't worry about that now. We're marking an extraction point on your visor. The extraction team is waiting for you there. We're going to get you all out. The group hurries towards the extraction point as the site continues to collapse around them. Above ground, aerial surveillance captures footage of large sections of the site sliding into the ground, and smoke beginning to billow from the power station and nearby mechanical facilities. Jets of flame become visible as the earth beneath SCP-1730 begins to give way. Mobile Task Force Alpha 20 Holy Divers enters the site near the crumbling power station. The group of survivors come into view and are immediately moved toward the access point and then away from the site by members of the MDF-A20. As the rest of the task force members are pulled away from the site, a separate transmission reaches Site Command originating from T5 Onru. T5 Onru and Z9 Hollis are standing in front of the Thresher device, which roars with activity behind them. They're firing the weapons at an emerging black mass in front of them, which is punctured by streaks of fire. In the background, the Servine entity can be seen tearing through black tendrils with its antlers, as long rods of flaming metal streak across the room toward the black entity. Hollis turns towards the camera and is visibly laughing, firing her weapons openly. She has removed her helmet. The hum of the machine behind them grows notably louder, eventually overtaking all other sounds in the room. Streaks of electricity arc across the ceiling behind them. She smiles and turns towards Onru, who looks down to find her torso has been destroyed by a jet of flame. As Onru slumps to the side, the last shot of Z9 Hollis, laughing hysterically and wildly, firing her weapons as the enormous machine behind it begins to glow bright white. There is a flash, and the transmission ends. Outside, as MTF-A20 continues to move 1730 researchers and personnel to safety, there is a deafening crackling sound, and a loud hum fills the air. The area around the site begins to visibly distort, as if being seen through water. And then suddenly, SCP-1730 is gone. In its place is an immense crater, over 1 kilometer in diameter. No other transmissions are received from within the site. No other anomalous activity detected. End of log. Note: in the wake of the event detailed in this log, SCP-1730 has been reclassified as neutralized. Further investigation is ongoing. Debriefing reports will become available as soon as they are declassified. I have one final addendum here. It's Addendum 1730.10, Extraction Mission Debriefing Report. Now these are a series of short reports that are in the form of interview records. And I will quickly, I'm just gonna go quickly stand up and stretch. I'll be back in 1 minute. Here was a long read. I'll be back in a minute. And jeez, I am back. We're nearly done with this SCP. We're just reading the final addendum of the interviews. Just to reiterate, this is Addendum 1730.10. That is the Extraction Mission Report. Extraction Mission Debriefing Report. The first is Debrief Interview 1. Mission Debrief Interview on redacted date. The interviewer is CPD Ephraim Ross, Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Warden's team lead. The interviewer is Dr. Peter Vincent. Mission Debrief SCP-1730 Extraction. Subject is SCP-1730. Notes: the following is an audio transcript, excerpt of an interview conducted by Provisional Site-13 personnel regarding SCP-1730. The information contained in this file is unconfirmed and under further review. For the full file, please contact the Information and Records Administrator at Site-17. Begin log. Dr. Vincent says, please state your name for the transcript. AP3 Ross. Captain Ephraim Ross, Mobile Task Force Apollo 3, Game Wardens. Vincent. Dr. Vincent said, thank you, Captain Ross. Alright, let's see. Your team was directed to infiltrate SCP-1730 and search for the source of the radio signal we are receiving, is that correct? Ross. It is. Dr. Vincent. Tell me about your initial incursion. Ross. You've listened to the logs? Dr. Vincent. I haven't myself, no. They're still being processed. Ross. It wasn't good in there, best I can tell. Wherever Site-13 came from, they were using it as a sort of end-of-the-line processing facility. Every so often we see placards up on these containment cells about how certain things were due for termination. Judging by what Samsara team saw, that was about the case. They were bringing in anomalies, doing some invasive investigations on them, then destroying them. Dr. Vincent, what sort of anomalies are being housed there, could you tell? Ross, I mean, shit. It was really hard to tell. Somewhere along the line, the power had gone out and it had gone all Jurassic Park in there. Of just what we encountered, there was some kind of encroaching blackness. That fucked up Houston's legs. And have you seen Houston? Is he alright? Dr. Vincent. He's being looked at right now by medical. They're going to bring him over here soon. I think he's probably alright. Ross. Yeah, I mean, but other than that, there was also this thing. I don't know if it was a person or not, but it sort of bent space around it. And Noah. Dr. Vincent. It's okay, we can... Ross, no. This needs to be done. We took some losses on all of the teams, but yeah, it was bad. Based on what we saw at the end, it could have gotten a lot worse too. Dr. Vincent. At the end? Ross. You didn't see it? No, you haven't seen the video. They had these cells down below the site. They must have been the size of a football stadium each. Hollis had them open up a few so we can make our retreat, and the things inside? One of them looked at me like I might look at an ant. It was like a god, and they had them in boxes. I counted 20 of those cells, but that chamber went on a lot further past what I could see. What were they keeping in those? How were they keeping them in there? End of log. The next file I have in my service is recovery/ext debrief interview 2. This time the interviewer is Agent Liam Ohalo, Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Wardens. The interviewer is again Dr. Peter Vincent, and the mission debrief is SCP-1730 Extraction, with the subject being SCP-1730. Notes: the following is an audio transcript, excerpt of an interview conducted by professional Site-13 personnel regarding SCP-1730. The information containing this file is unconfirmed and under further review. For the full file, please contact Information and Record Administrator at Site-17. Begin log. Dr. Vincent says, alright, if you could, please state your name for the official transcript. There's only silence from AP3 Ohalo. Dr. Vincent. Agent Ohalo? More silence. Dr. Vincent. Is there something? AP3 Ohalo. We should have died there. This isn't real. This isn't real. We were supposed to die in there. Dr. Vincent. Agent, we really have to file this report. If you could just cooperate with me for a moment so I could get your official testimony. We have counselors on site who you can speak to afterwards. But Ohalo remained silent. Dr. Vincent. Ohalo. Ohalo remained silent. End of log. The next file is 1730/recovery/ext. Debrief interview 3. This time, the interviewee is Arantu, Mobile Task Force Tower 5 Samsara Team Lead. The interviewer is Dr. Isasha St. Clair. And mission debrief is SCP-1730 extraction, with the subject being SCP-1730. The notes in this interview transcript are similar to the other two above, so I will skip it this time. And the log begins. Dr. St. Clair, state your name for the record, please. Tier 5 Arantu. I am Arantu, lead of the Mobile Task Force Tower 5 Samsara. Dr. St. Clair, in your own words, please describe the events that took place while you were within SCP-1730. Arantu. Of course. The Tau 5 team inserted into SCP-1730 and began to move towards the source of the broadcast. En route was able to track the location of the survivors and plotted a course towards them that would expose us to the fewest spatial hazards possible. Several times our courses had to be adjusted due to unforeseen obstacles, but nothing that we were not able to overcome. Shortly after rendezvous with Captain Hollis and the survivors, our extraction efforts led us through the section of the facility containing the Thresher machine, which we believed is what resulted in SCP-1730's existence within our universe. Shortly thereafter, during our retreat, I was terminated. Dr. St. Clair. I see. As for Agents Morris, Vigo, and others, Arantu. They were also terminated. Dr. St. Clair. Terminated? Arantu. Expired. Succumbed to the injuries. Dr. St. Clair. I know what it means, Arantu. I can't help but feel as if you feel good about this. Arantu. I feel neither good nor bad, only satisfied at the outcome. Dr. St. Clair pauses. What? Arantu. Our extraction mission was a success with minimal loss of life. Our team was able to infiltrate an extremely hazardous and volatile spatial anomaly and extract several high-value persons of interest. Dr. St. Clair is silent. Arantu. I do not know what else you would like me to say. We were exposed to a number of dangerous anomalies and were able to successfully carry out our mission. There were regrettable losses of capable and experienced personnel, but not outside of our margin of error. On the contrary, our team performed better than our preliminary models predicted. Dr. St. Clair. I see. Thank you, Arantu. I'll be sure to include your remarks in this report. Arantu. You're welcome. As is required by cooperative mission protocol, I would like the opportunity to debrief with Zeta 9 Captain Hollis. Dr. St. Clair. Captain Hollis was killed within SCP-1730. Arantu is silent. Dr. St. Clair. Arantu. Arantu? Arantu says, regrettable. Captain Hollis expressed great resilience in the face of near-certain failure. As protocol indicates, I will file my report instead with Captain Hollis's assigned site administrator's office. Thank you for your time, Doctor. The next file is slightly different from the ones before. It's medx1.log. This time the file is a medical examination interview, with the interviewee being Agent Coulter Houston, Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Wardens, and interviewer being Dr. Ian Harris. The mission debrief. Oh god, I said Dr. Ian. Dr. Ian Harris. Mission debrief. SCP-1730 extraction. The subject is Agent Coulter Houston. Notes are similar to the other files. Begin log. Dr. Harris says, alright, first off, I need your name for our logs. AP3 Houston says, sure, I'm Coulter Houston, member of the Apollo 3 team. Harris, good. Now, Agent Houston, Describe to me your afflictions here, as much as you can. Houston says. Well, I'm sure it's pretty clear, but I don't seem to have, shins anymore. There's a line where the thing that covered them up came up to. And you can sort of see the inside of the legs there, like it's being replaced with a flat piece of glass or something. But I can still know, I can still walk. It doesn't really feel like I'm missing anything down there. Just looks like it. And you can sort of run your hand through where they should be, obviously, because they're not there, but I don't feel that either, so yeah. Dr. Harris, I see. What can you tell me about this material you said you stepped in? Houston. Fell in, actually. Or rather, I tripped and it just sort of kept coming. It was shit. We opened a door and it looked like there wasn't anything on the other side of it. Then it started to rise through the door and up the stairwell. You ever played video games? It was like some sort of graphical glitch. It wasn't rising fast or anything, just steady. We eventually got to the door, but that was after I fell. Then this. Dr. Harris, can you tell me anything about the initial sensation? Houston, initial sensation? Dr. Harris, did it hurt? Houston, oh, no, I mean, I didn't realize what was happening at first. Everyone else was panicking, and then I looked down and saw they were gone, and I stopped panicking, but, I mean, obviously I was alright. It never hurt, no, it just feels normal. Well, not normal. It's obviously weird. My legs are missing, and I think I might be in shock, but every now and then, I can sort of feel something sort of brush past them. Brush past them? Says Dr. Harris. Houston, yeah, I mean, the parts that are missing down there, I thought I was imagining it at first, like guys who have phantom pains, but I mean, I can actually feel my legs. So I don't think it's that. It's like something sort of furry and kind of wet that just barely brushes past them. Who knows? End of log. I have 3 more interviews left. We're back to debrief interviews. This time, the interviewee is Munru, Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara, with the interviewee being Captain Elliot O'Neill, Mobile Task Force D26 Time Cops. The log begins with Captain O'Neill saying, "When did you lose track of Captain Hollis?" Munru says, "In the case of our retreat, Captain Hollis was separated from us. I do not know when." O'Neill, Munru, your camera was undamaged. We know you spoke to her before she left. Munru, damn, I'm not very good at that. O'Neill, why didn't you keep her from leaving your group? Munru, I only knew Captain Hollis for a handful of hours, but in that time, she proved to be an experienced and capable agent. I assumed that any decision she would make in regards to her own personal behavior would be made with her experiences and training in mind, both of which exceed my own. Additionally, she outranked me. O'Neill, your mission parameters forbade you from allowing other team members from putting themselves in harm's way, and required that you do everything you could to mitigate loss of life. How do you reconcile your actions with those requirements? Munru, technically speaking, I did nothing. Nothing I did allowed Captain Hollis to put herself in any danger. I could not foresee the outcome of her actions and used my best judgment to justify my own. For all I knew, she could have been moving to a safer location. O'Neill, away from the group? Munru, it would be illogical to assume that an agent with a level of experience would purposefully endanger themselves in an unpredictable situation. O'Neill, and you believe your justifications are an acceptable interpretation of your mission protocols? Munru, of course. O'Neill, very well. When you return to holding, you'll be meeting with Arantu to discuss this. I hope your arguments hold up. Munru, as do I. Next is debrief interview 5.log. The interviewee is Onru, Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara, with Dr. Darian Arnold. The log begins. Dr. Arnold, why did you pursue Captain Hollis? Onru says, I believed I understood Captain Hollis's intention before she left the group, based on her discussions with the team leads before we began our extraction. I fear that she might not have been capable of returning along our previous course without my assistance. Arnold. Dr. Arnold says, the recording equipment went dark for a long period before becoming active again in the thresher area. What happened during that time? Onru is silent. Dr. Arnold says, Onru, I'm going to need an answer. Onru, I disabled the equipment. There was a room we passed through that was different than it had been before. It was the server room, above the Olympia containment cells. I do not know how our path ended up there. I had not intended it to. It was a mistake. When we entered, it was on the room it had been, and... But... Dr. Arnold, what do you mean? Onru, I'm sorry. It's difficult to describe. When we entered the door, I could see the servers around me, but superimposed over them was... We were standing on a precipice, overlooking an area the size of which I cannot estimate. Below us were humans, screaming, their arms ending at their wrist, crying to the silent sky for restitution. And then, the sky burnt. It was like a star had fallen. I had to look away. Hollis could not. When I turned back, I could see the scorched human corpses on the ground, billions of them, but billions of other living beings who came rushing toward the fallen star with their arms outstretched. And hanging in that star like a twisted marionette was... at Site-13. They call it the... Malidrumaguin. In this place, they called it another name. A hateful name. Dr. Arnold, why did you disable your recording equipment? Onru, when I first encountered this entity, it created abnormalis, mimetic, and cognitive hazards powerful enough to burn the scramble units out of my eyes. I do not know what it would have done to anyone who was not otherwise protected. Dr. Arnold, what did it do to you? Onru, it showed us things, visions, coils of fire, and a sky made light with a storm of souls. A soul at the center of the universe that screamed at me. A god of nightmares, then something long and lean, slowly walking between the endless rows of endless rows of crucifixions. And then it showed something to Hollis that I did not see. And when it did, the runes across its head began to burn and pulse, and the mantle it was strapped there began to blister and fester. When it was done, I saw an ocean behind it, and a blue sky. Our sky. It turned toward the ocean and sank into it, and when it was gone, the vision faded, and the room was empty. Dr. Arnold, I see. After that, Onru. Hollis ran. I followed her. She said nothing until we reached the machine. She told me she had been there, alone, for some time. She said she knew how to turn it on. She said that she did not know where she would go, but that she needed to take the things she saw and bury them in the darkness. Before she could start the machine, the creatures from the containment cells came into that chamber and I was terminated. Dr. Arnold, did Captain Hollis say anything to you before you died? Onru, no. She only laughed and wept. End of log. The final file I have access to is /1730/recovery. That is the final debrief interview 6. The final interviewee is Dr. Mohammed Scott, Site-13 Assistant Director of Temporal Studies, and the interviewer is Director William Westerland. The log begins. Westerland says, please state your name for the record. Scott says, my name is Dr. Mohammed Scott. Westerland, you seem to be a little out of place, Dr. Scott. Scott laughs. Only a little. Our two timelines were not so different, I think. Westerland, except for the one thing. Scott, yes, there is that. Westerland, tell me about Site-13. Scott, Site-13, do you want a brief version or... Westerland, as thorough as you can be. Scott says, very well. Originally, there were plans to build a large containment facility in the American Midwest, but that was before... Let me back up. In 1964, the Foundation discovered a massive Dead Sea creature washed up on the shore near the Indian-Bangladesh border. No facility in the region had that kind of infrastructure it took to hold the body of this entity, let alone study it. So several ships were dispatched and it was dragged through the ocean back toward the United States. Prior to this, the plan was to build Site-13 in the American Midwest, but afterwards it was decided that there was no way to conceal this creature of this size and shuttle it across the US mainland. So after some deliberation, the Site-13 plans were scrapped and the focus was given to another facility near Nome, Alaska. That was Site-13. Even in the beginning, it was massive, considerably larger than any other site the Foundation managed, and it quickly became our premier containment facility. It was remote, fortified, and best of all, easily concealed in the snow and ice. After the Soviet Union collapsed in '85, we learned that they didn't even know Site-13 existed, let alone where it was. Vesterland. I see. When did you join the Foundation, Dr. Scott? Scott. Oh, in '76. I joined straight out of university, recruited by one of the administrators at my school. That was back when we were still independent. I worked at Site-22 in Bermuda. The best job I ever had. It was a much different Foundation. Vesterland. Tell me about what happened to the Foundation. Scott. Site-13 was very expensive to operate and there were some financial difficulties. In 1994, a Marxist extremist from the Ukraine detonated a bomb in the basement of the Manchester Financial Tower in Chicago. A fire started at the base of the building, and eventually the tower collapsed at its base and fell over on its side. Thousands died. The United States government was enraged at the Foundation after it was discovered that the extremist in question had used an anomaly to enter the basement and get past security. Thought that the billions of dollars that the United States were funneling into the Foundation was being wasted. After the 1996 election, President Dole decided to cut all funding for the Foundation sites in the States. All available fundings went to keeping those sites afloat, and with the weight of Site-13, the situation was dire. Vesterland. So, what happened? Scott. A compromise. A former Dole staffer named Paul Manafort was appointed as the Secretary General of the Global Occult Coalition and came to us with a solution. We group our resources with the coalitions, combining our efforts to protect the normalcy under their leadership. We would keep our name and our sites, but the directors would be appointed by the UN Security Council. We would once again receive funding from the United States as well as that generated by the United Nations, and would be able to keep the lights on. Vesterland. But Scott. But the Overseer Council refused. They hunkered down the Overwatch Command and refused to bend the knee. Then, a few years later, a site in Portland, Oregon collapsed due to crumbling infrastructure, and a creature we called the Dream Whale was spotted floating down the California coast. This was a very early internet days, but that didn't stop film cameras, and it was a disaster. The Overseers mobilized all of our task forces in the area, but we didn't even have the money for amnestics. In a day, it would be over San Francisco, and that would basically be the end of it. Then we got an internet email that the Overseer Council had been disbanded, and that the Foundation was now under the operation of the GOC. Secretary General Manafort and the Security Council established a new board of directors overnight, and before the sun rose, the Dream Whale was recontained and every loose end was tied up. Vesterland. Nobody resisted the leadership. Scott. Why would we? We suddenly had money, we were suddenly no longer having to decide between taking notes on the back of our hands or not taking them at all. Secretary General Manafort installed a new Foundation administrator, Vice President Jack Kempt. But he was little more than a figurehead. New directors were appointed, most of them from our own site staffs, so it looks good, honestly. We were able to carry out our missions to its fullest. We had technology, we had personnel, it was wonderful. And then we started to hear about people being reassigned, abnormalities being shipped off site and never returning, He would hear people talk about, oh, so-and-so is in trouble now. They're going to be sent to Site-13. I thought most of it was just talk. Then I was reading signing 2003. Oh, hi Lucid. It's okay, I don't mind. I'm just reading stories. We're reading, just reading SCP stories and we're wrapping up. Dr. Vesterland says, what was it like? Dr. Scott, cold. Site-13 was immense and the light stayed on. But the facility was always cold. They were always working on the site, more and more construction underground, and they kept leaving exterior doors open. At first it wasn't so bad. I was able to keep my research, and I had more funding than ever. Temporal spatial studies, you know. The director then was Jack Bright, one of the old doctors from back in the day. Very charismatic. The staff loved him. He had a medallion he wore, some anomaly from way back that made him immortal. So long as he had it on, he wouldn't age. Anyway, things were great for a few years. Then one day, another popular doctor was found dead in her office. Cynthia Light. The story we all get is that Bright had fancied her, but when he found that she was with another man, he went and killed her in a fit of passion. Bright is summarily locked up and Elliot Emerson is installed as the director of Site-13. Dr. Vesterland. What's that? Dr. Scott. Emerson was on one of Bright's research teams when he was assigned to Site-15. He wasn't a popular doctor, but he was a good administrator and helped make sure the important projects stayed afloat during the financial crisis. He was on the short list of people to become the director of Site-13 after reorganization, but Bright got picked over him. Some people said he felt slighted. A lot of people said he framed Bright. I think Manafort didn't like Bright's anti-coalition sentiments, had him made out to be some dangerous anomaly that had to be contained, then put Emerson up because nobody would complain about Emerson. He was a very middle of the road. Didn't stand out much. Elliot ended up doing some terrible things, but I truly believe he was only doing them because Manafort demanded it. Vesterland. What kind of terrible things? Dr. Scott says, I didn't see much until years later, but we always heard about things happening deeper below the site. They were building all of the new containment cells and research facilities. Then they built the incinerator. Originally, it was made so they could dispose of the bodies of that sea monster from before, but then they just started using it for everything. At first, they were doing some invasive testing on abnormalist animals, then on humans. Then the vivisections began. The ethics committee tried to step in, but they were removed. They dragged the old chairman, Jeremiah Cimmerian, out into the commons at Site-17 and shot him in the head for being a traitor. Peter Grenwald became the new Foundation/GOC ethics head, and of course all the new tests were approved. I didn't know what they were testing for, but if you were abnormalis and you weren't found to have it, you went into the body pit. We kept hearing, it's for the greater good. It's for the protection of mankind. What were we supposed to do? Speak up and end up like Cimmerian? Maybe for a braver man, but I knew the work I was doing was good, so I kept my head down and carried on. Then, well, it sounds silly now. In 2010, we contained God. Not just any God either. The Abrahamic God. The actual thunder and lightning, YHWH, fire and brimstone God. I didn't know how they managed it. Some technology developed by the coalition, I'm sure. And that was just a first. They filled Site-13 to the brim with everything they could to get their hands on. Dr. Vesterland. Well, that's a lot. I guess the only other question I have is, what happened to Site-13? Finally, what happened to Site-13? Scott says, Vera Hadley, Doctor of Internal Medicine from some site in Italy. For a few years, she was the site's chief biologist. Title drop for real! It's Site-13! We are in Site. What happened to Site-13? So, Vera Hadley. For a few years, she was the site's chief biologist. The Security Council made her the assistant director of abnormalis biology at the time I was promoted to the same position for temporal studies. She and Elliot had been together, and she was pretty adamantly opposed to everything he was making us do. Elliot kept his tail between his legs, but Manafit wouldn't have it. He had her stripped of her position after just 3 months and demoted to junior researcher after that. One night after staging some sort of demonstration, some guards showed up and, well, they stripped her naked and expected her for contrabands, right in the middle of the main corridor. When they were done and satisfied, they nearly beat her to death and left her there. Myself and a few other doctors took her to the medical center, and she recovered, but she never really recovered. Something inside her had died, or being replaced with something else. She did something, hatched some scheme. She sent me another email about it, the night before she did it, but I didn't pay any attention. When it happened, and when that thing attacked the site, Emerson came and begged me to turn on the thresher. It was supposed to be absolutely large. It was supposed to be an absolutely last-ditch effort to protect the world, a wholly untested piece of technology that was just as likely to have burnt the world than saved it. Its entire existence was the result of a joke, one that I might have taken too seriously at the time, but either way, I refused, told him the risk was too great. That even if it worked, we were just creating a problem for another world, but he was inconsolable. He told me that staying and facing the Secretary General would be a fate worse than death. He put a gun on me, demanded I do it. I fled, went to gather my team in the hopes we could escape, but before we could even leave our lab, it happened. Vesta says. Vesterland says, "You're right." Scott replies, "Yes, the thresher was a complicated machine. I guess I could count myself lucky that we survived at all, but we may very well have been in that strange place between worlds for 1,000 years. When we awoke, we were still in Site-13, but the cells were thrown open and the inmates were loose. If you had not come for us, we would have died. I am certain of this." Dr. Vesterland. Director Vesterland. "Do you know where Site-13 has gone?" Scott says, "There is no way to predict it. Chances are it will be a place like this, but then it may not. Could be any number of strange or unknown worlds." "You knew someone who was left within." Director Vesterland. "I do." Dr. Scott says, "As do I. We were not the only survivors. Though there were not many of us, they didn't fare as well as we did. It is a tragedy, but there is nothing that can be done now. I only hope, maybe, I hope that after all this, Emerson has found some peace. He was truly a great doctor, and he was my friend." Dr. Vesterland says, "Of course. Thank you for your time, Dr. Scott. We will speak again." End of log. Finally, there's some footnotes. But, well, I don't think they matter too much because they were just contextual in the moment. So yeah, we finished it. I believe that is the end to SCP-1730. It is a story about a site that was too ambitious, perhaps unable to contain anomalies, and yeah, it contained a time-space warping machine that they were experimenting with, and after they realized they messed up, they're like, let's throw this problem to another world. So all worlds now have the possibility of getting Site-13 thrown at them. So I guess yippee! Thank you, people, thank you. But yeah, wow! Oh my gosh, it's such a long story. Whoa, Site-13. It's such a long story. Thank you for sticking by. Thank you, thank you. It was definitely longer than I expected. This is by far the longest SCP reading we've done. I think the longest we've done was like 2.5 hours or something. But this, boy, it was, you know what? It earned its title as one of the longest SCP stories. It's like, I believe it's 10,000 words over what qualifies as a novella. Yeah, it's like, I was reading the stories and I was like, wow, these are whole movies, right? Like, you can make this into a whole TV show. And like, I don't know, you can have sequels and prequels and stuff. I would probably read it. It's like, you can read it as like a short manga series or something, you know? I think a lot of manga loves adapting like short novels. So yeah, they really, did they try to make a movie off of Site-13? I'm curious. SCP-1730 movie. I feel like it's either gonna be really bad if they make a movie. It's either gonna be really bad or like absolutely terrifying. It would be terrifying. Oh my gosh. Did they try? Did they try to make a movie? Yeah, oh my gosh. I would be so scared. I watched a it's not really a Site-13, but it's like, oh, it's like POV also with like a lot of night cameras. I think it was a Korean movie, but it's basically like these people who make found footage horror. They go into like explore a abandoned asylum, I think, and like bad things happen, and there's also like messing with, you know, time and space and everything. And I remember watching it with my friend. I was so scared. It was terrifying. But I think this Site-13 movie this Site-13 story gave me similar vibes. I wonder if I can find it. Korean found footage horror movie. It was pretty new as well. What was it? It's an Incantation? Was it? I think, was it Incantation? No. I don't know. If I ever find it, I'll mention it. But yeah, it terrified me. I couldn't sleep for like days afterwards. But I think I'll wrap up for now. Thank you so much for staying. For the longest SCP I've ever read in my life. I hope it was entertaining or relaxing. And I will see you guys on fresh on Monday, I believe, next week. I might have to wait, the next Monday? Oh no, next Monday is fine. The Monday after, on the 20th of January, I might have to start stream on a different time because I have some flesh person responsibilities I need to attend to. But yeah, next Monday, same time at 10 a.m. AEDT. I don't know what I will be playing, but I'll be playing something fun, I hope. So thank you guys so much for coming. Rest well, have fun, have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Goodbye. I know it's responsibilities, it's horrible. But oh, what can you do? I need to go fulfill my responsibilities right now. I need to leave my house. Thank you, goodbye, thank you.